now be seated.
All right. Good morning. We can have our witness back, Doctor. Good morning. They bring the jury. Thank you. Good morning. Day number 17, cross-examination.
Please, court, Your Honor.
Yes.
Good morning, Dr. Reamer.
Good morning.
Let me at the outset say we're going to be yesterday as you went through direct, we saw some very graphic images, and I apologize, but we're going to have to do that again today. You, of course, this is what you see every day, but I'm sure you understand how other people may, especially people related to the deceased, might react to that.
Of course.
Now, let me also explain at the outset, until I read your autopsy report, I had never really considered the mechanics of a shotgun or an AR-15 or blackout impact on a human body. So I'm learning even as we speak, and I hope I can learn some things today that help me understand your opinion, and also help me understand what may have happened or didn't happen, okay? So if I ask you questions that seem simplistic, understand my understanding of this process is somewhat basic. So I'm going to try to walk through this in a way I can glean what the evidence is and what your conclusions are, okay?
Absolutely.
So tolerate my somewhat sophomoric approach to this, if you would, okay?
Of course. And I'm sure you'll be fine.
So let me understand, first of all, let's talk about Maggie for just a minute. And were you shown photographs of the back of her thigh that were taken at the scene? The
No,
back of her calf, I'm sorry.
I did not.
Okay. So let me see if I can find these. And it'll take me just a second. I thought I had them laying right out here. Thank you for your indulgence. One moment. I apologize. I thought I had everything sitting right here.
Harpoon, if there's an item in evidence, you don't have to show it to opposing counsel to present, to continue with the witness.
This is not in evidence. I apologize. Your Honor, I would offer into evidence Defendant's Exhibit 115.
Any objection?
No objection from the state, Your Honor.
And could I get that, please, on the screen? Have you seen that photograph before?
No, I've not.
Okay. In your, I noticed in your autopsy report, you remarked that there is a bruise on the back of the leg in that similar position, correct?
Oh, I don't recall. Can I?
Could you look, please? Thank you.
I don't see in my report where I remarked of a bruise on the left leg.
Okay, so was there a bruise on the right leg?
I don't have any, I didn't make any comment about that in my
So
report.
no one asked you to opine about any issue on the back of her left calf?
No, and I did not observe that at autopsy.
And by the time it got to autopsy, had her body been washed or?
No,
Okay, but if this is mud, you wouldn't necessarily expect to see
it
it.
could have fallen off, correct?
Correct. So, you were not asked to opine about whether this was whether there was bruising on the back of the left calf, which would have been consistent with somebody stepping on her calf.
No, I was not asked about that,
Okay. And you were not shown this photo.
correct?
Okay. And just to deal with Maggie a little bit further, you testified yesterday that the shots were consistent, I think, with someone circling her.
Well, I didn't actually use that term. I said that she was shot from, at one point from behind her and at one point from above her. So that could mean that there was it could mean that she was turning before she got the first one and then fell, because she could have also been moving.
Well,
So
we know that the shooter was moving because some wounds have stippling, stippling and soot. Am I saying that correctly?
well, there was no soot, but
Now,
just
what
we
does
have
soot indicate?
soot is a contact wound.
Okay.
So she had stippling, which is not quite contact, it's further back.
3 to 4 feet?
Well, usually, we don't see it more than 3 feet away. So it's somewhere within 3 feet.
Okay. And so she may have been turning. The shooter may have been moving straight on. I mean, that's as good an explanation for what you saw as somebody circling her, correct?
Yes, I mean, from my perspective, based on the autopsy, that is a reasonable explanation.
Of course. So the reasonable explanation is she's moving, trying to perhaps avoid being shot, turning around, trying to run, whatever, right?
Well, she could be turning around after getting the initial shots.
Right.
And then if the shooter was still stationary, then she could have gotten that one. So it doesn't imply that she could have been moving, not just the shooter.
Okay. And the ones without stippling were the barrel of the gun would have been more than 4 feet away from her.
Well, it's kind of a rough estimate, but I would say, it would be more than 3 feet, possibly more than
And
that.
that would be the barrel, the end of the barrel of the gun.
That's right, because that's where the gunpowder starts coming out.
That doesn't mean the shooter was 3 feet away. or 4 feet
Absolutely
away.
not, just the barrel of the gun.
Right. And you testified about why there was a wound that would appear to be parallel to her, and your indication is that the shot that would have hit her kidney or pancreas or whatever, she might have been bent over.
No. The injury to the pancreas and kidney was on the right side of the abdomen,
Right.
and that went from front to back and exited the left back. The one that was kind of along parallel to her body was on the left side of the body going up.
So why did you testify that one of the shots would have been so painful she would have bent over? What was that consistent?
Yeah, that was the one to the right side of the abdomen. And the reason I believe it's probable or, quite likely that would have caused her to bend over is because a subsequent shot was going sort of upward in the body. And it's hard to imagine, that wound going upward and then into the head unless she was bent over. So it's a possible explanation of how she was in a position to actually get that.
So she bent over and it would go upwards. Why?
Because if somebody is standing behind her, and there's no close range here, but at least a few feet away.
So she got shot, turns around, bends over, and then you're saying.
She could have turned around or not turned around, or I don't know if she turned around or the shooter's moving.
Okay, did anybody ask you to look at the pattern of ejected shells from the blackout?
I wasn't asked to look at those.
Okay. So your conjecture, opinion is based on purely the wounds and trying to figure out how that happened.
Yes, so I basically, I do the autopsy, I have everything to do with the body. And at the time, I never heard anything about, I composed my autopsy reports
Right.
without any reference to the scene.
Okay. So let me move along to Paul for the moment, okay? And you indicate that the first shot would have been buckshot to the chest.
I believe that was most likely the first shot.
Well, because the second shot is basically executes him.
He would have fallen to the ground.
Right. And clearly he was upright when that first shot was made.
Yes,
Okay. And it goes in his chest. And would he have to be turned diagonally to the shooter for it to come out his left armpit?
no, not necessarily.
Well, if he shot straight on with
Yeah.
that buckshot, and if that was a
Yeah.
contact wound or
No, it's a close range.
close range, closer than 3 feet.
Yes,
Okay. Can't estimate how far.
I can't, you'd have to testify.
Okay, so the chest shot, if it's straight on, wouldn't it just go right through his lungs and his heart? and kill him?
Yes,
Okay.
so this was shot at an angle across. So that might indicate that his body was positioned perpendicular to the shooter. Now, the shooter could also shoot from the side, doesn't necessarily shoot from the front. So we can't be 100% sure
So
about these things.
if you're the shooter and
Yes.
I'm Paul, and you shoot me with that buckshot, if I'm faced to the side, would the results be consistent with your autopsy examination?
Yes,
Okay, and we know that some of those pellets, you think his arm was down by his side.
I feel confident about that.
Okay, and the reason for that is there are pellet holes in his arm, right?
No, that's not the reason. The reason is because there's bruising around the exit wounds. They're kind of shored exits, and then we have corresponding bruising on the underside of the arm. So it indicates that they were in close proximity at the time the pellets exited and then re-entered. Because if there was a distance, we wouldn't have the bruising around those wounds.
Okay, and do the pellets go through his arm?
Yeah, there are pellets that exited through the arm.
And so there's little pellet holes on
Correct.
his arm exiting.
Yes,
Did you see a corresponding entrance wound with the pellets?
yes, the entrance pellet wounds were on the inside of the arm.
Right, and then they go out, and I think they struck things after that, as far as you know.
I don't know what happened to them after they left the body.
So either the shooter is to his right,
Yes,
shooting across,
yes,
okay, and you think that shooter would have been closer than 3 feet, but you can't say how
Right.
close.
right. He could have been to his right, or Paul may have turned his body in that perpendicular manner yes,
But either way, there would have been almost immediate bleeding. Well, not a fatal wound. There would have been immediate bleeding from that wound, correct?
there would have been bleeding. It's hard to say how much, but certainly I would expect some bleeding.
But if there were footprints found halfway into that feed room, and those are Paul's footprints, would that indicate to you that he had stepped in his own blood?
Oh, that's certainly possible.
Okay, not inconsistent with what you have.
Correct.
And that second shot would have come, I mean, as I understand it, Mr. Barber, can you take your coat off and come here, please? I hate to do this to him, but I can't really do it to myself. So if you would step down here, with permission, Your Honor, make you step down. Okay. And what I'd like to have you do is, we need to not block these folks over here. Let's see how we do this. Or that gentleman right there.
Want me to stand back here?
That would be good. And he's fine. They're fine. Well, unless I get in their way. Let me see if I can avoid not falling over. Okay, so we've already talked about this wound. Yeah, left side. Okay. This wound, which goes in right about here. Show the jury where the wound went in.
Yeah, it was like between the sternum and the left nipple, so kind of right over there.
Right over there. And Mr. Barber's a little bit taller. He was, I think, 5.
Yeah, I measured his height. I don't recall.
We'll talk about that in a minute, but I believe Mr. Barber's a little bit taller than he was. But I think we need to know that, because I'm going to ask you to sort of chart things out. So the entrance wound is here, and is consistent with him being, Mr. Barber, turn just a little bit that way. So the shot would have gone like this.
Yes, that's approximately correct, and it has a slightly front to back.
Slightly front to back.
Right,
about
but
like
mostly it's right to left. Is
Okay.
right to.
How about raise your left arm for me, please? So, and his arm was not raised, but I want to point out, it comes out, we're going to see some pictures in a minute. Okay, turn it a little bit this way. So it would have come out right under his arm,
Yes, we do have the exit pellet wounds there.
and we also have wadding, do we not?
Yeah, we have wadding stuck in the underside of his left
Okay.
armpit.
And then it goes through his arm,
Yes,
still coming front to back.
well, it's from it's left to right, but there is a slight front to back because we have some exit wounds on the back.
Okay, so if I told you this is a narrow room, have
Okay,
you seen any crime scene photos
from here, no.
from,
Oh, yeah, from this case, crime scene photos in my career, yes.
in this case?
I really didn't, I may have been shown a very small photo, like a couple of weeks ahead of trial, but I didn't form any opinions based on
If I
that.
told you that small room, the gap between some stacks of dog food here and the wall and the little thing over here is maybe 3 to 4 feet. And this buckshot goes through the back window
Mhm.
on this very narrow, very small. So that would be consistent with what you're saying. Some of the buckshot comes through, and that was buckshot that you shot with in the chest.
Yeah, it was shot, I don't remember the exact size. Buckshot is usually bigger, but
Okay, assume I'm not
Yeah.
misleading you, okay?
Right, some shot. yeah,
Buckshot goes
pellets.
through and hits the back window.
Uh-huh,
That leaves holes in the window and hits in the door, the window frame, and goes out. One of them embeds in a tree
uh-huh.
back behind. So that is consistent with your findings, correct?
Yes.
That first shot. I'm sort of intrigued. Is there anything about the exterior of this shot? What's beveling? You know what a bevel is, beveling?
Yes, of course. Beveling is a pattern of defect through a bone. So when there's a gunshot wound that, for instance, goes through, let's say we could get an entrance wound over here and an exit wound over here. We're talking about handgun wounds generally. The way, when there's basically a hole in one side of the skull, I can tell which is an entrance and which is an exit, even without looking at the skin. Okay, so for instance, if I get skeletonized remains with a hole through the head, I can see which is the entrance and which is the exit because the bone bevels in a characteristic way, depending on the direction of the bullet.
What is a bevel?
Yeah, bevel is like an angled chipping away of a hard surface.
So if a bullet goes through, and I guess the head is all bone, right?
Well, it's like a solid bone, right?
Right, so you can tell this is the entrance because, I mean, is it like,
It's the entrance, on the outer table of the skull, it's a smaller hole. On the inner table of the skull, it's a bigger hole. So the bone is beveling outward as the bullet goes in.
so it would bevel in on the entrance and bevel out on the exit?
Yeah, well, bevel in, meaning sometimes people don't always use these words consistently, even forensic pathologists. But there is a inward beveling, but means it's kind of beveled outward. So
Bevel
the
outward,
entrance-
inside the wound, you see something that would indicate.
wider, yes, it's
Wider.
wider on the inner table of the skull than the outer table.
And when it exits, do you have a narrower bevel, if you will, or defect on the inside than on the outside?
Yes,
That was a lot. Okay. So was there, since this didn't enter bone, is there beveling with the flesh?
no, it doesn't bevel because there's too much elasticity and also just shredding. Frequently, we can't see beveling on long bones either. The skull is kind of a flat bone, so it has that characteristic.
Okay, and the second shot, as I understand it, you indicate is, can you, well, first of all, assume that he is, you can't assume that. So maybe we just forget about the feed room for just a minute, okay? So show the jury, please, where the initial, I mean, there's a shot, it's shot with a shotgun,
Yes,
and it is more than, since there's no stippling or soot or anything that would indicate a close shot, correct?
correct.
So more than 3 or 4 feet away,
More than 3, yes.
more than 3. And where is the initial shot? Where does it hit?
On the top of the left shoulder,
When you say the top,
the apex.
okay, are there pellets in here?
Yes,
In the apex?
yes.
And I'm going to show you an X-ray in just a minute and have you demonstrate on Mr. Harper, where that hit. And they're shot in here.
Yes.
And you indicated you thought his chin was bent to the
Yeah,
left?
this is something that I believe not necessarily have to be bent, but I do think it was at least tilted in this direction. The reason being, if this is in a horizontal direction and then goes through his cheek, let's say he's just your head up, okay? And let's say it's just going through here, and it would just kind of hit like over this side of his head, okay? But meanwhile, it's kind of over here. So, and then it's the exit wound is back there. So at least we have a little bit of directionality like this. I don't know if he was completely turned to the left, it would have gone through his face. But I think it makes the most sense knowing that a wound travels in a straight line, basically. Of course, these are pellets, so there's going to be a lot of destruction. But the fact that his face was spared from damage indicates to me that he had his head somewhat turned. I don't know exactly how much, but that it kind of coursed the top of the left shoulder into this left, neck, cheek area, and then exited the back of the head on the top.
Let me find the X-ray pictures while he's standing up there. Here we go. Wait 1 second.
Excuse me, Dr. Murdaugh.
I'm going to show you where you're standing right there, these pictures, and see if you can identify them. And if so, we'll put them in evidence, and then I'll put them up on the screen. So I'd like you to look at these 3 photos and tell me if you can identify them. Am I speaking loud enough for the court report? Am I speaking loud enough when I'm facing that way? Okay.
Yes, these are X-rays that were taken at the commencement of the autopsy.
Okay. Your Honor, I would offer defendant's exhibits. 111, 112, and 113.
No objection, Your Honor.
They're admitted.
So could I have, please, step over. Okay, I'm sorry. Oh, that's much better. Okay, so let's see. Okay, let's see 113, please. Okay, so this is his left arm, correct?
Yes,
And this material up here, we see these little dots. What is that?
yeah, those are the shotgun pellets.
Okay. And they are, yeah, that's perfect. And so we see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, along that line, 20, along these would be pellets that would be along here, correct?
Yes,
And they begin at, is this his shoulder? I mean, the shoulder bone?
Yes, it's, no, the soft tissue of the shoulder. The soft tissue of the shoulder.
Okay, I'll give you the
Yeah,
pointer, you
okay.
know what you're doing.
Yeah, this is the humeral head,
Which would be-
humeral head, which
Should
is,
show on Mr. Barber where
yeah,
that
this
is.
is the bone of the humerus. So our humerus is that long bone from the shoulder joint to the elbow joint. And we can see that this is basically, it's not really perforating the bone. There may be some defect at the edge of the bone, but it's pretty much on top in the soft tissues.
Okay, and it goes on for a ways, and then if you would show me exhibit number 112. Okay, and would you focus on the upper right-hand corner, please? There you go. Now, that corresponds to this large picture, that orientation.
Yes.
Okay, so what is this showing us?
There are significant numbers of pellets also in like the left neck area.
Show us on Mr. Barber where that would be.
Yeah, so the entrance is here and pellets are basically spreading. So they're included. There are pellets in the left side of the neck area over here. And then there's also some going into the brain.
Okay, and let me see if I can count those. So, I mean, are these part of what we looked at before?
Yes.
Okay, and how far down did the new one start?
It's a different view, so may not include all of them.
Okay, so, but a number of them.
Yeah, I mean, the purpose of the x-rays is basically to show what kind of ammunition remains in the body, if any.
Did you remove these pellets?
Not every single one, a representative number.
Okay, so there's an exhibit that was shown to you by Mr. Waters of some pellets that you
Yes.
recovered, but that's not all the pellets you recovered.
That's all the pellets I recovered. I don't stay for days to recover each pellet. It's actually a lot harder than it looks. Here they look like you know exactly where they are, but you can fish for like an hour to find one pellet. It's fairly small and there's a lot of tissue, and
So you got.
I
you
get a
got-
handful of them and that's sufficient.
Did you keep the buckshot separate from the bird shot? Because this is bird shot.
I don't think any of it was actually buckshot. Buckshot is very large. So they were all, I believe they were all collected together.
Okay, so you thought they were all bird shot?
No, I didn't make that conclusion. They're some kind of shot. I didn't make a
So
determination.
you didn't determine the.
Yeah, that's really the firearms, the pathologist. It's the firearms expert to determine what kind of shot it is.
So,
I said shotgun pellets, and that's
right, so
sufficient.
if previous expert testimony was that the chest was a buckshot and the head was duck shot or some sort of bird shot, you're not going to disagree with that?
I really didn't, it all looked similar to me.
Okay. Now, let me see exhibit 111, please. And can you, I guess the lower left, well, maybe not. Let's start with the lower left of this, his left, lower, right there, okay? This is the total picture.
Okay.
And so what does this represent?
Yeah, we can see his upper and lower teeth here, the upper teeth, the lower teeth. And so he actually did not have any fractures of his teeth. So the projectiles were going behind the teeth. His teeth were not all fractured out.
So would you show on Mr. Barber where these pellets would have been?
Yeah, this is just a two-dimensional image. So they're anywhere between here and here.
Okay.
It's hard to say based on a two-dimensional.
Okay, and I think, show us where you think the exit wound was.
On the right side of the
The back
top,
of his head.
the top of his head,
The top of his head.
toward the back.
towards
Yes.
the back. And if you were to extend out the shoulder wound, the neck, the path of these pellets, and then the exit wound, I mean, did you actually see an exit wound? Was there?
Yes, it was a blown out exit wound
And-
of the skull, and that is how the brain left the skull.
Well,
It had
actually, the
to-
skull exploded, basically, correct?
Well, the skull, and there was a defect there. I could not reapproximate the skull, so there's a piece of the skull missing.
Was there a bevel around that piece of skull?
We don't get beveling when there's shattering of the bone.
Okay. We'll pursue that a little bit later.
It's
but-
not a typical feature. You could potentially see something that you can say, well, this looks like a little beveling. But in my experience, that's very difficult to assess because there's so much damage and fragmentation of the bone.
Take that pointer, please, using Mr. Barber as a mannequin, and show us the path of that shotgun blast.
So it was going along here and into the left side, I believe, makes most sense like this, and out the top of the right side of the head.
So if you, and that was, you say, at least 3 feet away.
Yes,
Okay. Let me have that pointer again, please. And if you would step right over there. And just turn a little bit this way for me. Okay. So your testimony is, and correct me if you need to step over here and correct the angle.
and no, I don't like that.
Okay, well, show me what you like,
All right. I like this straight,
right?
and then, because this is basically not, it doesn't look like it's going upward, it's going straight and then entering around there. So we have 2 distinct defects, a defect here and a defect there. So I believe the head was at least angled a little bit like that in order for the corresponding continuation of that defect to go in there. But I don't think it's going upward. I think looking at the left shoulder, it looks like it's kind of and if it was going upward, we wouldn't have as much in the neck as we do. So I think it's more like straight on.
Well, that would still be coming upward at some angle, right?
No, I think it's more straight. I really,
Well, how does it come out the top of his head?
well, that's because if his head is like bent like that,
Right.
then it's going to go in that direction. Yes.
If it's straight, it's going to go here and then out the top of his head?
Well, it absolutely could. The thing about the neck, heads can be twist and turn, so it's not at all inconsistent with that. It's most reliable that we can look at the shoulder wound and see that it's kind of, it's very difficult to assess the angle from where you're standing. And that's only because the head can bend and twist. And so we can only know where it entered and where it exited. And it's possible the head could have been twisted or turned to correspond.
Would it be more consistent if he turned your head the other way, Mr. Barber? Like that to get it out the top of the head?
That could be. However, we have a defect over here. So how would that happen?
Pull your head back and keep it over in that direction. In other words, let me adjust him. Back and then over that way.
Yeah.
Is that consistent with it coming in here, going this way, and then out the
Yes,
top of the
I
head?
think that the head tilt to the right, as you've just demonstrated,
Right.
is perfectly consistent with that. However, because the hole here is here, I think even if his head's to the right, it would still be turned like that. Okay, now that makes sense to me.
So,
Right.
so the shooter would be at least 3 feet away from that right there, right?
Yes.
And would he have it up or would he have it down or? you
It's
think-
hard to say, and that's because the head can tilt. We only have one area of an entrance wound here, and it seems to be approximately horizontal. But it's impossible for me to say whether it's the entrance is kind of below him or at his level or potentially above him with Paul leaning over. It's hard to know. And that's because people aren't necessarily standing up straight. And they also, the thing about injuries on the head and neck, there's so much twisting and bending possible.
Okay, Ms. Barber, stand up straight. You get the correct there? Okay, I'm sorry. So now what you tell us is basically from here back on his skull, if they can see, why don't you stand over there for just a second so we don't block him. From here back on his skull, and I've looked at your autopsy pictures, all this is gone.
To the right side.
To the
Yes,
right
and
side.
there were fractures on the left.
Okay.
So we know it's going in a left-right direction.
Do you have a seat for a moment, please? Thank you. I may be done with you, but don't put your coat back on. Okay, if you go ahead and take the stand again, please. Okay, let me ask you a couple preparatory questions. Are you familiar with this book?
Yes,
Okay, and it is like a definitive, I mean, I'm told most pathologists have read this. And
yeah, it's a highly respected book on gunshot wounds.
Okay, so if you go to page 228 in this book, sorry. Can you identify this as page 228 in this book? Those images?
Yes,
Oh,
228.
showing, let's take a copy of page 228. Defense Exhibit 116. Is this a copy of what I just showed you out of the book?
Yes,
Okay. Your Honor, we can offer this into evidence.
Says straight.
Your Honor, no objection.
Submit it.
Thank you. Okay, could I have this on the screen, please? Can you do this for me? Would you start, show me the first two slides up top along with what's written there. Okay, so the caption on this is show the sequence of events that occur at the muzzle on the firing of a shotgun. Note the large gas cloud that is partially responsible for the severe nature of the wounds in the contact range. So the first A is the shotgun being fired, correct?
that's what it looks like, yes. I didn't
Okay.
read the captions.
What now?
There's captions at the bottom.
Are there
Yeah,
captions at the bottom?
so-
Okay, no, I don't think there are, but I'll show you the book.
Okay. Okay, so I imagine that's sequence.
I didn't write the book.
No, that's great. Okay.
So the sequence of a shotgun shell being fired are, the first one is it being fired. The second one, note the large gas cloud that is partially responsible for the severe nature of the wounds on contact. And the third one is at contact range. And then you see on the last one,
I don't see them on my screen.
I'm sorry, okay,
Yeah.
go down to the last two. There you go, C and D. You see I guess at the front end would be the pellets and the gas would be preceding the pellets. Is that correct?
No, I don't think that that's correct. This is depicting contact range. It specifically says at contact range.
Right.
So pellets are not yet released from the water.
Okay, well, we're going to go a little bit further on that in a minute. Let me,
Yeah.
referring again to, well, let me ask you this question. If this book says contact shotgun wounds of the head are among the most mutilating firearm wounds there are, you would agree with that?
Yes,
Extensive destruction of bone and soft tissue structures with bursting ruptures of the head are the rule rather than the exception. Correct?
yes,
These are the wounds of which an individual is said to have had blown his head off, right?
yes,
In some cases, this is almost literally true. The skull may be largely fragmented and the brain pulpified. Large fragments of the cranial bulb and cerebral hemispheres are often ejected from the head. The scalp is extensively lacerated due to two factors: the charge of the shot entering the skull and the gas from combination of the propellant.
Objection to formal question, Your Honor.
What is the question?
Does this, and one pathologist told me this is the Bible of gun wounds for pathologists, is that correct?
Well, there's a lot of literature, and this is a highly respected primary source. It's not the only, but what are you asking me about?
Does the shot, well, are there two factors which contribute this the things we just talked about, the shattering, perhaps even the ejection of the brain? Are there two factors? The charge of the shot entering the skull and the gas from combustion of the propellant.
Okay. Well, he's actually discussing contact shotgun
Yes, ma'am.
wounds, and that's not what we have here, but we have similar destruction.
Right. Well, we're going to talk about that in just a minute. But this is about a contact wound. I agree.
Okay,
You have not indicated it was a contact wound.
correct.
We're going to talk about that in a minute.
Okay.
The shot directly, does the shot on a contact wound from a shotgun directly fracture the skull and shreds the brain while at the same time producing pressure waves that increase the severity of these injuries as well as ejecting the brain tissue?
Yes, it frequently happens that way.
Okay. The gas entering the closed chamber of the head expands rapidly, I'll make this a question so we don't get objected to. Does the gas entering the closed chamber of the head expand rapidly, adding to the pressure waves, acting on the bony framework of the skull? The only way for the skull to relieve the pressure produced is to shatter.
I would agree with that.
Okay. So it's your opinion that, well, let me ask you this. If the shotgun muzzle was 3 to 4 feet away, would gas have entered the body?
Well, it's still a very destructive wound. In my experience, there is still a huge amount of energy that would enter the head from a shotgun wound, even if it's not.
Definitive works indicates that the most instances, the vast majority, that kind of destruction is caused by gas on a contact wound.
Well, this is a mechanism that he's describing based on experimental data. And I'm a forensic pathologist. I've not performed this kind of experimental data, and nor would I extrapolate from his conclusions about a contact gunshot wound to whether the same amount of gas is produced at a distance.
Well, ma'am, and Dr. Reamer, we can walk through this, but these are based not on some experiment, but actually on people that typically shot themselves in the head, contact wound with a shotgun. Would that surprise you?
Well, these are depictions of shotguns being fired. Yeah, contact shotgun wounds to the head cause massive destruction, and a lot of that is from gas buildup.
Okay, now we're on the same page, literally. So it's your position, there's a lot of energy when it's fired from 3 or 4 feet away, hits the shoulder, hits the neck, comes through and hits the head, and the head explodes, correct?
Yes.
And have you had a number of autopsies you've done of victims whose heads have exploded as a result of a shotgun?
Yes.
Okay. And many of those were contact suicide wounds?
Yes.
Okay. Have you ever had one, and we can talk about the details of that, where someone was shot from 3 or 4 feet away, no initial contact with the head? You would agree, no initial contact with the head.
Correct.
It goes through the shoulder, the neck, and then the head explodes. Have you ever had one of those?
Yes, these are very dynamic, and he still actually had a lot of his head there. Sometimes with the shotgun wound, the entire head is basically, you don't really see very much up above like the teeth. So this was, there was obviously horrible destruction of this skull, but his face was intact, and frequently a contact causes fractures of the face. So, I don't see any evidence of contact range discharge on the left side of the neck. So it was not my conclusion. That was not my opinion that this is a contact shotgun wound.
Well, let's talk a little bit about this. Your position is the energy by a shotgun blast that went through the arm, through the neck, and then up to the brain still had enough energy. Is it the energy caused by, is it pellets going into the brain?
Yes, well, not just pellets, but there's also fracturing of the base of the skull, which is a bone that holds underneath the skull, and that fracturing with sufficient force can actually push the brain out.
And
So it's a variety of mechanisms that could contribute to the destruction and the loss of brain tissue.
It's not only pushes, it fractures the skull. In this case, the brain was brought to you in a separate bag because it ended up laying at his feet. It went up in the air and then plopped down at his feet, correct?
Yes.
Okay. The entire brain.
Most of it, yeah, except for the brain stem.
It's exploded out of his head.
Yes.
And the skull was at least almost destroyed around where you say the exit wound is, correct?
Yes.
Now, you've indicated the state did not show you any crime scene photos, correct? Or
Yeah, I really didn't look at them. Yeah. I mean, they might have said, oh, here, this is a picture of the wall, but I didn't look at them. And they were thumbnail size. So this is a couple of weeks before trial.
Okay, now if you would put back up exhibit number, here we go. Exhibit number 112, please. No, I don't think, is that 112? That's the chest. I apologize. 113. Can you focus on that area where the pellets are, please? And the yeah, that right there. So at his shoulder, how big a spread is that? I mean, as it comes in, is it 2 inches, 3 inches, 4 inches, 5 inches, that wound?
I didn't measure the spread of the pellets.
Okay, so how about, I apologize to the jury, this is pretty graphic. How about pull up 109? Okay, so this depicts a very big wound in the shoulder, correct?
Yeah, that's a typical appearing shotgun entrance wound.
Okay, and would you come down here for just a second, please? We done? Hold on, wait 1 second. You're right. I need to offer these.
Your Honor, the state would request that the defense give an exhibit and address before the judge and the jury.
I apologize, Your Honor. And this is exhibit number. Got multiples of these. What's this exhibit number? I'm sorry.
109.
109. Okay. Yeah, here it is. I apologize, Your Honor. I got ahead of myself. Won't take 2 seconds. 110, 110, 109. Here we go. This is a state defense exhibit number 109. Have you seen that before?
Yes, this is my autopsy photo.
Offered in evidence, Your Honor.
Submitted.
Would you put it up the screen, please? Now, as we look at this photo, we see this is the entrance wound,
Yes,
and then it goes in here, correct?
that's correct.
So, but this is a much larger wound than the next one in line, is it not?
Well, that's okay.
Well, let me ask you this, in terms of understanding a shotgun pattern, as we saw in the photo, starts out basically the size of the shell, right? If you just answer the question and then you can explain. Does it start out as the same size as the shell?
Yes.
Okay. And as it goes forward, the pattern expands, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And it continues to expand even after it hits something, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So now please explain to me why this wound, and it looks like it's, I mean, if you use me on my left shoulder, what is the,
Yes. I'd be delighted to tell you why this entrance wound is larger than this, even though what you said is correct about the spread. And that's because the entrance wound to the left shoulder, it's not straight on perpendicular. If it was straight on perpendicular, then we would have a smaller hole. But this is going in a tangential manner across. So we're not really looking at perpendicular, entrance wound that's going to make a round hole. So as it's coursing along the top of the left shoulder, we get more of an oblong hole. In contrast, its continuation into the left side of the cheek is kind of straight on at a 90-degree angle. So that's why that is smaller. So there was nothing about this that was inconsistent with what I would expect from a shotgun wound.
so tell me, so you're saying this second hole was made in this direction. Is that what you're saying?
I just said that that was a continuation of, the logical sequences. It went through here, it's causing a lot of destruction, and then entered the left side of the neck.
So
joint.
that big wound is because it's in a different direction than the small wound, is your
But
explanation?
at a different angle
Right.
along the surface of the skin.
Okay, and there's no pellets in his face, are there?
There were some pellets that we saw in the x-ray,
But not in his face?
not in the front of his face.
Right. So as it continues on, is there any evidence that it expands even more?
Well, it did cause, there's so much destruction, we can't exactly, have a single, easily tracked path. Because when the skull is involved, there's so much expansion, usually either from gases or just from the blast of the projectiles, that we can't really track. It caused an exit on the right side of the back of the head with loss of the brain and lots of skull fractures, predominantly on the right side.
Okay. But you would agree with me that wound appears to be much larger than the next wound?
Oh, absolutely, yes.
Okay. And one explanation, you have an explanation for that. Could the other explanation be that this is an exit wound and that is an exit wound? Could that be a reasonable explanation? I'm going to show you something in a minute that may assist you in making that decision. But is it a possibility?
That is not, I do not believe this is consistent with an exit wound from a shotgun. There would be a lot more destruction because, it would be coming, it had to be coming from somewhere, right? Somewhere else.
How about a contact wound on the head, on the back, right back of the head? What would you expect to see on the bone structure of the back right of the head if that was a contact wound on the head?
Well, I would not expect the brain to come out. We would have had opening of a lot of skull. We would have had a path through the brain, which is not at all what happened here.
So if there was a contact wound, and we saw a moment ago, and you agree that the gas would enter first, explode the skull, the brain would pop out. Did you find any pellets in the brain?
I don't remember if they were from the brain, but the brain was basically intact. A contact gunshot wound to the top of the head would cause, a huge defect of the brain.
Right, because the gas going in on a contact wound would create such a pressure, as we just read, that the skull would explode and the brain would pop out.
No, I don't think that would happen from a wound that was going toward the brain from above. I think we would have certainly destruction of the brain, but it wouldn't just pop out because it's in the path of fire. There's going to be massive destruction of the brain. It may end up on the floor, but it's going to be in multiple fragments. So in my experience doing this for a long time, I do not think that the brain would have popped out the way it did from an entrance wound on the top of the head.
Okay. Now, let me ask you to look at you put, and this is under seal, and I would also, Your Honor, ask the other photos I put in be put under seal.
They're under seal.
Thank you. Would you put defense exhibit number 59, and I apologize to the jury for the graphic nature of this. Go ahead. Okay, I would like you, do you recognize this?
I've not seen this photograph.
Would you disagree with me that's a photograph of, it's been testified, Paul Murdaugh
It does
at the
look-
scene
Yes.
and the way he was found? You've
I
never
don't
seen?
know how he was found.
Okay, but this is a photograph you've never seen.
I've never seen this photograph.
Okay, let me get one thing before I ask you questions about it. Okay, a couple things. if you would center on his head. Okay. And make it a little bit, can you make it a little bit bigger, please? Okay. So do you see a sort of semicircle defect in the skull right here? You see where I'm looking?
Do it again.
Right here?
I do see a defect, yes.
Right, in the skull,
Yes,
semicircle.
it does have a semicircular.
Okay. Can you determine from looking at the photograph any beveling?
As I said earlier, beveling is not really too reliable when we have so much destruction of the head. But if you're asking me if that could have been a contact shotgun wound to the top of the head with a kind of curved entrance, I would expect to see soot. We always get soot from contact wounds, and it's deposited on the outer table of the skull. So there is no burning, no soot on the outer table of the skull to
Did you
support that.
take an autopsy photo of this area of the skull?
Well, when he came in, I do believe I took an area of the skull, but it may not have caught that
Okay.
picture.
Did you shave his head?
No, I did not.
You did shave Maggie's head for a head wound, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And why didn't you shave his head? To examine this, you would agree with me, had his head been shaved, you would have had a better look at this wound.
Well, I believe that my assessment of it was correct, and without, usually shaving is along an entrance wound, not an exit wound. So I determined this was an exit, and shaving is not done on exit wounds. I shaved Maggie's because that was an entrance wound, and it gives me an opportunity to see the margins of the entrance defect.
I guess what I'm asking is, you decided that was an exit wound without shaving the head, without looking for stippling, without looking for, so, because you would agree with me that to do that effectively, you'd have to shave the head.
To observe marks on the skin, yes, but
Okay.
also there would be soot on the outer table of the skull.
Well, did you look for it? You apparently had already decided.
Yeah, well, I did look. I didn't take a picture from this angle necessarily. I did take a picture after from the top of his head. But my determination, based on my experience, was that the entrance wound was over here. Doesn't mean somebody else cannot disagree with me. But that's my opinion.
Somebody could disagree with you, and that would be a reasonable disagreement.
Well, I would say that people can disagree, but that doesn't mean that doesn't change the truth.
You would also agree with me, though, that your notes contain no mention of the lack of or presence of stippling or soot on that part of his head. You never looked for it, did you?
Well, I look for it. I look at all of the wounds, and if there was, I would have documented it. But I don't document the absence of soot or stippling on what I determined to be an exit wound.
And I don't see any note of yours where you examined that exit wound in detail. I mean, shaved his head, looked for some distortion that would be inconsistent with the conclusion you'd already come to, correct?
Well, I came to the conclusion based on my examination of the entire area.
Okay, and as this book indicates, the vast majority of this kind of damage, the vast majority, I mean, they say most probably, almost certainly, is a contact wound to the head that injects the gas, which explodes the head. Is that not true? You want to
No,
read the book?
I do think that you're kind of you're extending his statement. He's describing contact gunshot wounds to the head. Actually, a contact gunshot wound to the top of the head like that, like I told you, it would have caused fragmentation of the brain, not ejection of the brain, based on my experience. And then there would be a lot more, we would have a lot more fragment. It would never have just left the rest of the skull intact. We would have had fractures of the face. There's massive amount. I don't believe that the fractures of his skull are consistent with that being a contact shotgun wound. I understand that that is a massive destruction of the head from shotgun wounds. But in this case, we do have the brain basically left intact. We don't have a path through the brain. It's a very dynamic, there's gases, there's pellets, there's fractured bone. But in my opinion, based on my experience, that was not an entrance wound and that this was not an exit.
And you indicated, I looked at your autopsy report, that, well, first of all, do you believe this was caused by pellets entering the brain cavity?
No, I think it's a combination of different things. I don't think it's from pellets specifically.
What was it?
I think it's from the gas buildup in the brain and fractures of the skull and that just basically a lot of gas buildup.
So where did those gases come from?
Yeah, it's a huge amount of energy from a shotgun.
I'm sorry, if you'd answer my question, where did the gases you just testified that causes destruction come from?
From the shotgun wound.
A shotgun wound you testified was created by a weapon that was more than 4 feet away. The gases traveled through the air, traveled through that shoulder wound, traveled through the neck, and then exploded his head.
It's not just gases, but it's a combination of gases and the pellets as well.
But there would have been a significant amount of gas involved to explode his head.
Yes.
And there would be pellets, would they be present in the brain after that brain exploded?
The brain, the pellets may not have reached the brain. The brain may have been ejected just by virtue of the skull fragmenting and base of the skull pushing it up. It's not possible for me to say exactly why the brain came out here.
But you would agree with me, based on the literature, it's much more common for a contact wound where the gas goes in contact to explode the head.
Well, in my experience, a contact shotgun wound could cause this type of damage, but it would frequently cause even more damage. Like a lot of times there's just massive destruction of the entire head. At least the front of his face where bones were intact.
I hear what you're saying is that it would have produced massive destruction, but it would have always included massive destruction of the face.
Okay, well, let me tell you, there are other reasons that why I concluded that the entrance wounds were here, okay? We have basically a bunch of tight pellets over here.
Right.
If they would be more spread out if the entrance wound was here. By the time it got to here, there'd be a lot more pellets over a wider area.
How many more?
Well, I'm not saying more pellets. I'm saying there would be a wider spread of pellets. This was still in a relatively narrow range. It was along the top of the shoulder. So
From my head to my shoulder on a direct line.
yes.
How far is that?
Well, honestly, the spread would not, I don't believe they would have been as tight along the shoulder. I think we also would have had a larger defect probably on the
A larger defect
Yeah, look.
between here and here?
Every single shotgun wound and gunshot wound, they're each a little bit different. So a lot of this is judgment and assessment at the time of the autopsy.
Well,
and it's not theoretical whether there's gas buildup or not gas buildup. I can see this as a shotgun wound. We have pellet entrance defects around this large defect.
Pellet? You just told me you couldn't do a bevel assessment on skin. How do you know their entrance rather than exit on the skin?
Well, I'll tell you.
I do.
And the reason is if pellets are going through the shoulder, we wouldn't have a big, large, oblong defect. We would have holes from the pellets, not an oblong ovoid defect. So you'll recall on his arm, Paul's arm, those pellets, they came from, and then along here, we just basically have pellet exit wounds, and we don't have that on the shoulder. We have basically a larger confluent wound that was not caused by individual pellets.
Okay, well, let me ask you this then. If you can take that picture down, please.
Yeah, it's not my opinion that is, the entrance wound is to the top of
And
the head.
could you put up, no, we don't even need to do that. I don't need to see the picture. The chest shot goes through his chest, comes out under his arm, right?
Yeah, on the left side, yes.
The left side comes out under his arm. And what do we have? What do we have on the inside and outside of that arm?
We have pellet,
Coming in and out. We have a pattern of pellets,
yes,
just like the pattern of pellets that you're talking about on what you say, the exit wound here. Exit wound from about the same distance, pellets. From the same distance, pellets, correct?
well, there are pellets in the shoulder, but we
Yes.
have like a ovoid defect at the top of the left shoulder. They're not a bunch of individual pellet wounds. We have pellets embedded in the tissue, but the actual defect, we don't have a defect like that on his arm, even though it may be the same distance. And the reason is because the pellets are exiting, but each one is going through the left arm individually. Okay, whereas if this was the entrance at the right side of the top of the back of the head, it's a good thought, let's think about this. And it was coming through the head, regardless of what happened to the brain, and then exited here and then went along here, we would have a lot more individual pellet wounds on the shoulder as opposed to a large, like huge, big area of skin and subcutaneous tissue loss. Pellets don't cause that type of damage on their own.
So you and I both counted something between 30 and 40 pellets in that shoulder wound a little while ago, right?
Yeah, there were something like about that.
Do you know how many pellets are in a duck shot or bird shot 12 gauge shell?
No, I don't remember. That
So
is
you don't
something.
know whether that was 90% of the pellets or 60% of the pellets or 50?
No, I do
Does
not.
that make a difference to you? How many of the pellets that were fired ended up there?
No,
But you're saying just because the wound here is bigger and the wound in his chin is smaller, doesn't mean the shotgun pellets spread out, right? They spread out and they don't contract. You would agree with me? Just
I
please
don't
answer-
really
please
know
answer-
whether to agree with you because I'm not understanding your question.
Okay, let me rephrase it. If you view that wound on his shoulder as the entrance wound, and I believe you have,
Yes,
you would agree with me that it is, whether it's coming across the top or whatever, it is a bigger wound than the wound in his chin. In other words, are you saying that those were so focused that they, as they went through or across the top, they actually contracted?
no.
Okay.
I explained that this was larger because it was tangential across the top of the
Okay.
shoulder. So
But
that's the kind of wound.
You agree with me that reasonable people could have a difference of opinion about these facts?
Yes.
Okay. Pardon me. Just 2 seconds to make sure I put everything in the evidence I want in. Apologize, Your Honor. I'm spread everything out over here. I'm going to leave the rest of this until after his examination, if that's okay with the court. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court. Your job is to do what? What do you do?
I do an autopsies in order to determine the cause and manner of death.
And when you're asked to do an autopsy, are you told any sort of conclusion to come to, or do you just look at the evidence in the body before you and come to whatever conclusions that body tells you?
Yes, and I examine the body and I come to a conclusion based on reasonable medical certainty, based on my education and experience.
So is it part of your job to look at crime scene photos and that sort of thing? Or are you relying on what the body tells you?
My job is to look at the body. That's my job. Crime scene photos, crime scene evidence is somebody else's project. That's not incorporated into my conclusion.
I want to talk a little bit. We've gone into a long examination about the top of the head, and you talked about soot and stippling. So I want to make sure the jury understands the difference between the two. You saw stippling on the chest wound to Paul. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. Explain to the jury the difference between soot and stippling and what that tells you and what it doesn't tell you.
Okay. So the stippling is like the pieces of gunpowder that deposit on the skin when something is fired within 2 to 3 feet from the barrel of the gun, not the shooter, from the barrel of the gun. Soot is like real burning powder, burning marks from very hot gunpowder that's still basically burning, and it causes like a burning wound. That's the soot, and we don't see soot except within a few inches, depending on the gun. But we would like not expect to see soot further away from 6 inches. So the fact that we have stippling but no soot, we can fairly say it's not closer than 6 inches, even though I know it's most likely within 3 feet.
All right. So you observed stippling on the wound to the chest for Paul, correct?
Yes.
Did you observe stippling anywhere else?
No.
Did you observe any soot at all on Paul's body?
No.
And did you, particularly on the top of the head, did you observe any soot there?
No.
You were asked a little bit, and you had testified yesterday about, the tilting of the head and the manner in which the shotgun blast went through the through the shoulder, into the neck, and then out the top of the head.
Yeah, I think that's a reasonable conclusion.
All right. And that still is your most likely conclusion, is that
That's
correct?
my most likely conclusion
All right.
to a reasonable degree of medical certainty.
So
Doesn't mean it's 100% the only thing, but that's my opinion based on my experience.
All right. And how many autopsies have you done?
Approximately 5,500.
And how long you been doing this?
20 plus years.
Okay. Dr. Reamer and Professor Reamer, correct?
Yes.
You were asked about the book, and all that discussion that the defense counsel was talking to you out of the book, that was dealing with a contact wound, correct?
Yes. I mean, I'm not going to disagree with a book, but the discussion is regarding a contact shotgun wound.
All right. And when your expert opinion, to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, you saw no evidence of a contact wound in this particular case with Paul, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, you were asked a lot, and let me ask you this. A lot of what was in that book, when they're talking about those contact wounds, they're exploring someone using a shotgun to commit suicide, correct?
Well, frequently contact wounds do indicate a suicide, but potentially people can be shot by another also at contact range.
All right. And your manner of death that you determined for Paul to a reasonable degree of medical certainty was what?
Homicide.
Homicide, which means?
Death at the hands of another.
All right. And did you see with this shot to the chest or the shot that went through the shoulder into his head, any evidence whatsoever that this could potentially be a suicidal wound?
I do not believe that it was at all consistent with a suicidal wound.
To a reasonable degree of medical certainty?
Yes.
In your expert opinion?
Yes.
Let's talk a little bit more about the head wound. And you've been asked a lot of questions about the possibility that this was a contact wound from the top of the head. Is that correct?
Yes,
And your opinion, to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, is that it is not.
it was not.
Okay. And let's talk about, just very quickly, without belaboring the point, some of the reasons First of all, you saw no soot, correct?
Correct.
And then also with the damage inside Paul's head, did you see any evidence that would indicate that the force? Did you see any evidence that would indicate to you from the damage that Paul suffered that the force of the shot was going this way as opposed to that way, going down from the top of his head as opposed to going?
Yeah, I don't believe that it was going from the top of his head down. I don't think the damage to the head was consistent with that.
Okay. And the with the brain, you said that the brain came to you in a separate container. Is that
Yeah,
correct?
most of it.
All right.
Yes.
And did you, in examining the brain, did you see any evidence whatsoever that would have been consistent with the force of the shot, including the pellets and everything else going into the top of the head and into the brain that way?
No, I did not see any evidence of that.
To a reasonable degree of medical certainty?
Yes.
Did you find any wadding in Paul's head cavity?
I don't think there was any wadding.
You were asked a lot about the shoulder and how it was, in the picture you were shown, it was more, in that picture at least, it was kind of a gaping sort of wound. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. And his shoulder was it kind of squinched up in that picture a little bit? I don't know if that's a technical term, squinch, but
You mean the photograph?
the photograph that you were showing.
Well, I took a picture of his, the shoulder area. Yes.
Okay. And just so I understand, as opposed to a direct on wound and the sort of the size of that, and then a wound that goes along the side of the shoulder, like you identified in this case, explain to the jury again how those are going to create different shapes of wounds.
Yes.
Your
So,
Honor, not in response. He's asking her to explain again. That would be repetitive.
I sustain the objection.
Was the wound to the shoulder, was that straight on or oblong to the side?
yeah, it was a tangential type of shotgun wound.
With that shoulder wound that you've identified that as the entrance wound, the initial wound,
Yes.
would you still expect to find the pellets in that wound consistent with what you saw in Paul?
Yes.
Thank you, Dr. Raymond. Nothing further.
Yes. Just a couple questions. I want to make sure I understand a couple of the answers you gave to the Attorney General. We previously established you did not see any real crime scene photos in this case.
Correct.
In many crime cases or some crime cases, do you look at crime scene photos to help you or assist you in your opinions concerning certain things on the autopsy?
No, honestly, I don't. It's my job to examine the body, and I come to my conclusions, and I don't really, look at the crime scene photos. I could potentially ask for them if I saw something very unusual, and I'll say, wow, how did that happen? Or sometimes I'll see an entrance gunshot wound that has, I'll assess it. There may be a lot of, glass around it, and I'll say, well, did this go through a window first? And I'll ask that question. I don't actually have to look at the photos. So there is information that I might ask, but, looking at the crime scene photos is really, not something that I do to help me come to a conclusion. Whatever's on the body, I will rely on what I see on the body. And if it fits with the crime scene photos, fine. But if not, I have my conclusions based on the body.
But you just conceded you do occasionally ask to see crime scene photos. Occasionally.
No, I don't ask to see the crime scene photos. I will ask to see, ask if something, like I just recently had a victim of multiple gunshot wounds. I thought she may have been sitting in a car. Nobody told me anything like that because there was a bunch of glass fragments kind of on it. All the entrance wounds were to the left side and all the exit wounds were to the right. And then there were fragments of glass and and kind of car parts, banging into the skin. So I was like, was she in a car? But I don't ask to see the photos. Really, I don't, it's not part of, my evaluation of the cause and manner of death, doing an autopsy.
But like in this case, you had conversations with investigating officers, did you not?
At their request.
Did you have a conversation with Sweat Agent Owens about the bruising on her calf?
Well, I did not actually observe that at the autopsy, so I really couldn't come to any conclusion. And it's very possible that that was dirt from a shoe that was already gone by the time it came to me. I'm not autopsying the bodies at the scene. There's transport, there's movement into a body bag, but yeah, it may have been asked to me, but I distinctly said I didn't see that.
But you did have a meeting after the autopsy and your report with, I believe it's Lieutenant Owens with SWED, the chief investigating officer, and discussed did he show you the muddy print picture?
Objection beyond the scope.
Your
Objection
Honor.
is sustained.
Okay. Well, I think that's probably all I have. Thank you so much for
Oh,
being here
sure.
today. But an opinion is an opinion, right?
Yes.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll take a break for about 15 minutes. Please do not discuss the case. Let me bring the jury.
Jury is present.
All right, thank you. You may call your next witness.
State calls Devin Newell.
Good morning.
Raise your right hand, left hand on the Bible. Your present testimony about to give the court in this trial shall be the truth so help you God.
Yes.
As you take a seat in the witness stand, you can adjust the microphone. State your name again for the record.
Devin Patrick Newell, Newell.
All right. Good afternoon, or excuse me, almost afternoon, Mr. Newell.
Good morning.
All right. Where are you employed, sir?
General Motors.
All right. And what are your duties there at General Motors?
I'm a senior technical expert in advanced driver assist systems.
All right. And can you just give the jury a very short version of what that entails? Very short, please.
I investigate field performance issues and concerns with our advanced driver assistance systems.
All right. And as part of that role, do you help maintain certain records that are kept by GM in the normal course of business?
I don't necessarily maintain those records, but I'm aware of records that we keep on servers relative to vehicle data that can be of assistance in our field performance investigations.
Okay. And when you say field performance investigations, that's something you do, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And that references generally what? What does that mean when you say field performance investigations?
Understanding how our vehicles may perform in the field. Active safety systems include things like forward collision alert, automatic emergency braking. So as we look at how those things perform in the field, vehicle data and other data we collect can be helpful in understanding what is occurring with those events, understanding how our systems are performing.
Okay. And do modern GM vehicles, under certain conditions, upload information to GM servers?
That's correct. We've got telematics units in our vehicles. That's a fancy name for sending information over the air. Those, as part of a normal course of business, those electronic modules in the vehicle collect lots of pieces of data from different sensors and modules in the vehicle. And that information can be sent by cell phone networks and or Wi-Fi back to servers at General Motors.
And General Motors then keeps that information in the course of normal business, correct?
That is correct.
Now, if someone buys a GM vehicle and they're not comfortable with uploading certain types of information, can they opt out of some of the things?
Yeah, certainly privacy, customer privacy is a big concern at General Motors, as you would expect. We've got lots of teams that look at that, investigate, and understand that. And we've got various protocols in place to protect the customer's privacy.
Okay. And just let's speak generally again. What specific sorts of information is routinely uploaded from GM vehicles to GM servers?
It can be a lot of different pieces of information. Diagnostic trouble codes with your engines or brake systems. It could be information we upload. We monitor the performance of things like your battery to understand if your battery is getting low or needs some charging, and other pieces of information about what the vehicle may be doing. That can and does include, I would say, GPS information, your vehicle location, and potentially speed and things like that.
Okay. And that sort of information is kept by GM in the course of normal business, correct?
That's correct, sir.
All right. And I'm going to draw your attention to March of last year. Are you aware, at least as of today that SLED sent a search warrant to GM?
That's correct. I believe a search warrant was sent to General Motors to generally request information we may have about a particular vehicle.
And I know you don't have the search warrant in front of you, but did you make a note of what vehicle identification number or VIN that search warrant was requesting information for?
I do. I have that number here with me. I can read that.
Can you read that, please?
Yeah, VIN is a vehicle identification number that uniquely identifies the vehicle. It's a 17-character number. 1GN SK D0 MR 210998.
Okay. And let's fast forward to last Friday, which I believe was February 10th, if I looked at my calendar correctly. Did it come to your attention that even though that search warrant had been served back in March of last year, GM in fact had some information that was responsive to that original search warrant?
Yeah, that's correct. I wasn't necessarily involved in the search warrant back in March, but I did become aware Friday evening that additional information not previously given before existed.
All right. And so GM did in fact have some information on servers for that particular event, correct?
That's correct.
That had not been previously provided to law enforcement prior to last Friday, correct?
That's my understanding, yes.
All right. And, okay. And I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 515.
Thank you.
And I'm going to ask if you recognize that CD, sir.
Yes, that's correct. That's a CD with information on it that I reviewed on a laptop earlier today, and I've signed and dated the CD.
All right. And did you verify that the records contained on that CD is the information GM provided in response to that original March search warrant?
Yes, that's correct. I reviewed the 3 spreadsheets, Excel files that were on here, and those are in fact the same information that was stored in our databases and provide to you. And yes, I can authenticate that.
Okay. So those records contained on the CD are authentic copies of records maintained by GM in the normal course of business?
Yes, sir.
All right. And just briefly, what sorts of information is contained? And we're not going to ask you to go line by line or anything because there's a pretty voluminous amount of data, correct?
Yeah, there's 3 different Excel sheets, information collected over 3 days. Again, as I kind of talked, I have not reviewed the details of this. I'm not asked to analyze it.
Sure.
The form and content is what we get there. But generally speaking, that information includes, it says vehicle diagnostic information, information on the battery systems, and GPS information.
Okay. GPS information, including speed information?
That's correct. Longitude, latitude, speed information are included in there.
At this time, state would move to enter exhibit 515 in evidence. All right. All right. Not far from the state.
By the defense.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Just have maybe 1 minute worth of questions. So you were not part of the, you weren't working on this when the search warrant came in, is that correct?
That's correct.
And you just became aware of this on Friday?
That's correct.
How did you become aware of it?
General Motors legal staff reached out to me in response to the subpoena as a person who could come down and authenticate these records.
The legal staff told you that you had information responsive to the search warrant?
That's correct.
Okay.
I'm sorry, the General Motors had information responsive, not me personally.
I apologize for that, of course, General Motors. Are you aware of the testimony that occurred earlier in this case regarding reverse engineering the electronics in the Chevy Suburban?
I have general knowledge that some FBI folks have looked at some information inside of the infotainment system in the vehicle.
But do you have any knowledge of any reverse engineering efforts the FBI conducted over the course of a full year?
I have not been involved in those or not aware of any details of that, no, sir.
Maybe you can answer one quick technical question. The timestamps in this data, where do they come from?
Again, I have not reviewed this specific data, but the timestamps out of these things here, when GPS information is collected by a GPS receiver, included in that is timestamp information.
And then finally, this is information that was uploaded to a server at GM.
That's correct.
No further questions.
Anything further?
Nothing stated.
You may step down. We call your next witness.
Roger Dale Davis.
Raise your right hand and left hand on it, please. Do you swear or affirm that any testimony you give today be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
If you would, please, sir, be seated. State your full name for the record, spell your last name, and adjust the microphone so they can hear you.
Name is Roger Dale Davis Jr. Last name is Davis.
And Mr. Davis, do you go by Dale?
Dale, Roger, either way.
Okay. Or Mr. Davis?
It don't matter.
You could do me a favor, because it's a little hard to hear some folks in this courtroom, if you make sure that microphone's pulled close to you and speak into it, we all greatly appreciate it. All right, Dale, why don't you tell us a little bit about yourself? Where were you born? Where were you raised?
I was born in Hampton County. I was raised in Hampton. Went to Wade Hampton High School.
Okay. And again, if you would, please try to get a little closer to that microphone. I know it's tight in there. What line of work do you have you done?
Construction work all my life.
Did you ever have an opportunity to work at the farm in Moselle?
Yes,
Okay. Is that close to where you actually live?
mile and a half.
How did you become familiar with the Murdaugh family and the Moselle property? How did you start working there?
I was walking and Alex would stop and talk with me, and he asked me one day about cleaning the kennels for him, and probably a couple months, 6 months later, then he asked me to come do it on the weekends.
And that started about 4 years ago.
About 4 years ago.
And walk us through the process. What did you do? How many times a day did you do it?
Twice a day, once in the morning, once in the evening.
What time in the morning, generally?
It average around 7.
You wake up early?
Oh, yeah.
So 7 a.m. and then what time in the evenings generally?
Usually around, I try to get there around 3:30, 4 o'clock,
How long does the process typically take you?
about 45 minutes.
And walk us through what that process is. What do you do out there?
In the morning times, I would go feed all the dogs, give them time to eat. I'd feed the chickens. That way the dogs would have time to eat. Then I'd wash the pens out. Then I would usually roll the hose up and then go to the house. And then come back in the afternoon and repeat the process.
Now you mentioned washing the pens out. Now the dogs, did they have dog beds in their
Yes.
kennels?
Yeah, Buster. Excuse me. Grady and Bubba had 2 dog beds.
And if you're washing it out, meaning are you spraying it with water?
Sprayed it with water.
What did you do with the dog beds?
I would stick them up on top of the dog boxes.
And then did you leave them up there or did you put them back?
Normally typically, once I wash the pens out, I would lay them back down, especially if it was cold in the wintertime, I would lay them back down on the ground. But during the summertime, you would wait to that afternoon to lay them back down on the ground.
In the 4 years you worked there, did you get to know the property fairly well?
Yes,
Did you get to know the folks that live there pretty well?
yes,
Did you get to know Maggie Murdaugh at all?
yes, sir.
All right, well, tell us what your experiences with her were.
Normally, she was just so laid back. She would talk to you like a normal person. we sit there and talk about the dogs. She'd talk about sometimes where she would be at the beach. She normally would tell me, I'm going to the beach. I'm taking Bubba and Grady with me or whatnot, or I'm going to leave them. Or if it was real hot, she would want me to put them over there in the ice house, turn the air conditioner on where they have the ice, the coolers at,
Did Maggie like to spend time with the dogs?
all the time.
You mentioned the ice house. Was that the processing house kind of on the back of the hangar?
Property, that was
And why, was it air conditioned? Is that why you said she put them in there?
now during the summertime, if it got real hot.
In that house, does it have air conditioning, that shed?
Yes, sir.
All right, did you get to know Paul at all?
Yes.
All right, what was your experiences with him?
He was a little wild and crazy, but he would work. That boy would work.
He liked being at the farm?
He liked getting out and doing things, hunting, but he would work on the tractor or whatever and Daddy needed him to do.
And did you get to know Alex?
I did.
Is he here today?
Yes, sir.
Where is he?
He's sitting right over there.
Do you explain what he's wearing?
Wearing a suit, pair of glasses, blue looking shirt.
And what were your experiences with Alex?
He was always very particular. He would want the dog buckets washed out. If they looked like they started getting any kind of green or brown looking stuff in the water, he wanted to make sure, which I usually wash them out every 2 weeks anyway, with bleach. But I always dumped them every day.
Was Alex easy to get a hold of?
No.
All right, explain that. What do you mean by that?
He would either be in court or doing something with business. It would sometimes be a little bit difficult to get a hold of him.
Who did you see most often when you were out there?
Miss Maggie or either Paul.
And how did Maggie and Paul typically come to and from the big house to the kennel area?
Paul would usually be in his truck.
We've heard a lot about trucks. Which truck was that?
His white F-150. Unless his daddy had him doing something, then he would have to drive the F-250. But most of the time he'd be in his white F-150.
What color was the F-250?
It was also white.
So 2 white trucks were what he typically used.
Yes, sir.
And how about Maggie?
She normally drove her Range Rover until she got the black Mercedes.
And then what would she drive after that?
Most times she would drive the black Mercedes.
And would she load her dogs, the house? Well, first of all, let's go back. Which dogs were down there? Do you remember all the dogs?
Bubba, Grady, Maggie. Then they started letting, can't remember his name right off. Dahlia was there, Armadillo, and I call her Tappy Toes. I don't know what they called her, but that's what I always called her.
And I think the other dog, was that a dog owned by one of Paul's friends, Rogan? Is that the one you're referring to?
Yes,
What type of dog was it?
a lab, chocolate lab.
And which dogs were the family dogs, the family pets?
Grady, Bubba, and Maggie,
And what kind of dogs were they?
labs.
And colors?
Bubba was yellow, Grady was black, and Maggie was yellow.
And would they where would they typically stay, those dogs, those animals?
It all depended on, most of the time, because Bubba was very rambunctious. So they would lock him up in the kennels at night. And most of the time they would lock all the labs up in the kennels to keep them from roaming off. But Miss Maggie would take them out when she was home. Usually a lot of times after I done left, she would take them up to the house and let them roam around the yard for a couple hours, and then she would bring them back down to the pens.
And if would Maggie load them into her car if she was taking them elsewhere to the beach or wherever else she was staying?
Wherever she was staying at, she would load them in the vehicle. Most times she would load them right in her vehicle.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked states exhibits. Jim, any objections to these? I'm going to hand you what's been marked as states exhibits 505, 506, 502, 503, 504, and 516. Dale, if you wouldn't mind, please take a moment to review all these and let me know if you recognize what they show.
They showed a kennel.
Okay, and then I believe there's one diagram there. If you recognize what that shows.
It shows diagram drawing of the kennel.
Very good. Your Honor, we move to place all those exhibits into evidence, I believe, without objection.
No objection, Your Honor.
They're admitted without objection.
All right, Dale, I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 505. Do we have the Elmo, please? Dale, while we get this loaded up, tell me a little bit. I know, did you have a particular way of hosing down and, with dealing with the hose? Tell us a little bit about what that was about.
The particular way of me putting the hose away, or
Right.
normally after I got through washing, I would stretch the hose straight out
Into which direction?
back towards the shed room right there, the dog feed room.
All right, and we now have the Elmo up. We're looking at Exhibit 505, and the feed room, I believe, is what you're referring to. Is that the structure on the far right?
Yes.
Okay. All right, and then where is, in this picture, where is the hose you're talking about located?
It's back towards the left-hand side, back towards the forest end.
Is that yellow?
That's that
fish
yellowish
wrapped up?
green looking hose.
All right, go ahead and explain to us what you would typically do after rinsing off and putting the hose away.
I would stretch the hose out back towards the feed room. I would cut the valve off at the top, which is right up above as the hose come in. Then I would walk back down and cut the valve on at the end of the hose. That way it would release the pressure, and then I would roll it up slowly until I had it uniform.
Were you pretty particular about how you wound that hose?
Yes,
And why would you do it that way? And did you do it that way every time?
every time.
And why would you do it so particularly?
Because if you notice how the hose right now is kinked up, it would start making the hose, if you didn't do it right, eventually would it keep kinking, it would start making it where it didn't want to, and it would cause the hose to start having little splits in it.
The picture that you're seeing there, that hose, is that the way you would rewind it up?
No,
How do you know?
I'm very particular how I roll that hose up, and it's kinked up. If you notice, there's pressure on that hose. Somebody used that hose after I did, because it is twisted, and the nozzle is too far up. The nozzle, I would always have it made sure it was laid down flat. That nozzle is too far up.
Dale, I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 516. And again, please briefly explain what it is we're looking at there.
The drawing of the kennel.
Okay.
I'm going to hand you a pen, and with the court's permission, I'm going to ask you to go ahead and fill in well, first of all, let's back up. Did you work were you aware of the events surrounding June 7th, 2021, where Maggie and Paul were murdered?
I received a phone call from CD that the sled wanted to see me because Miss Maggie and Paul had been murdered. And I thought he was joking, but he told me no. I told him, give me 5 minutes. I'll be up there because I was going to carry my trash off at the time. And I got up there and the dogs was raising Cain, and I asked them, could I go ahead and feed the dogs so they would quiet down? And they told me to give them a few minutes, and then they gave me permission to feed them. As soon as I fed them, they just quiet down. They bark no more.
So you were familiar about that incident?
Yes, sir.
And you went out there what day?
That morning.
Was that the 8th, the morning of Tuesday?
When the murders happened, yes.
Did you work every day leading up to that day?
Yes.
And did you do that normal routine, which you already described?
Yes.
All right. And did you in fact do that normal routine on the Monday before the murders?
Or, yes.
Okay. Walk us through that day. What did you do in the morning?
I got there probably around 7:27, 8 o'clock. It all depends on when I got up. But most time I got up early, I would be there before 6:30, 7 o'clock. I would go through there, feed the dogs, then go feed the chicken. That give the dog time to eat their food, and then I'd wash the pens out.
And was anything unusual or out of place when you were down there in the morning?
No.
And did you repeat the process again in the afternoon, in the evening time?
I did.
What time did you, on Monday, June 7th, what time did you go back to the pens?
I got there before 4 o'clock. 'Cause I remember leaving at 4:30.
All right. And was anyone there at the time you went to the dog kennels that day?
No.
Did you notice anything out of place when you went there at the dog kennels in the evening time?
No.
And what did you do after arriving?
Well, once I arrived that afternoon, I got out. I fed Grady, Bubba, and Maggie. Because we fed them twice a day. The hunting dogs only got once a day. Took and fed them. I picked the dog beds up. I dumped all the water out because I washed all their bucket, gave them fresh water, washed the pens out. Stretched the hose out, cut the water at the valve off at the top. Went down there, cut the water on, the valve on down at the end of the hose so the water wouldn't come out. Rolled the hose up and pulled 30 out of left.
And did you roll the hose up the way you've always done it that day?
Every time.
Do you remember how the dogs were laid out in the kennels that day when you left?
When I left, yes, sir.
And with the court's permission, I'm going to ask the witness to please, if you would, write on that piece of paper, the exhibit, state's exhibit 516, beginning with, first of all, on the far right, what's that door signify in the
Storage
dining?
room, feed room.
Beginning with kennel 1 next to the feed room. What dog was in there when you left that day at 4 o'clock or before 5 o'clock?
Grady.
All right. If you would, please write Grady in there. Okay. And then moving on to kennel 2. What dog was in kennel 2?
Bubba.
And for our reference, Grady was the black lab.
Grady is the black lab.
Okay. And Bubba is a what?
Yellow lab.
Okay. And who was next to Bubba in pen 3?
Maggie, because she was getting bigger than Bubba.
And Maggie is a what color?
A yellow lab.
All right, were there any dogs next to Maggie?
No.
Okay. And that would be kennel 4 was open?
That'd be, yeah, that one should be an open. The next one down should have been, Rodent's dog.
Okay, can you write that in there? Just write chocolate lab. Rogan's dog, whatever you want to write. That would be kennel 5.
Trying to remember Rogan's dog's name. That should have been there. I don't remember what Rogan's dog's name was at the time.
Was there any dog located in kennel 6? And if you want to work, however you want to do it, sir, it's, if you want to just fill out the rest of the dogs, the working dogs, that's fine.
Well, Dahlia was at the very end, kennel 10. I know that. Then let's see. Armadillo should have been the next one coming back from Ken. Let's see, empty on 9. All right, it should have been on. Yep. Armadillo should have been right past the hose right there. And then it would be Tappy Toes. It would have to be Tappy Toes right there because they always kept Rodent's dog and Maggie. There was a kennel in between them. So that should have been Tappy Toes right there.
Thank you. I'm going to put this on the screen. Just verify that that was what you filled out. All right, Mr. Dale, I see starting with number 1, Grady, then Bubba, Maggie, then 5 is Rogan, 6 is Tappy Toes, 7 is Armadillo, and 10 is Dahlia. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And that's the way it was when you left the property at around 5 o'clock that Monday, June 7th.
Yes.
And for our reference, on this diagram, that green circle, that represents what?
The hose. Garden hose.
All right, I'm going to show you a few more pictures. If you would just describe what we're seeing. Are you familiar with that angle?
Yes.
All right, where are we looking at at this angle? Where are we looking at things?
You're looking straight down the kennel where you got the hose and the walkway going down in front of the kennels.
And on this picture, where would the feed room be located?
At the very end on the right hand of this picture.
When you, in the 4 years you were washing out the kennels, did water collect or pool in certain areas?
It did.
All right. Can you identify in this picture those areas?
Right under the hose and right there, which should have been Armadillo's pen. That should have right there, and then right below it should have been collected. And maybe one more little spot right down there towards the end of the post right there, but that'd be about it.
For the record, for the record, this is stage 504. Moving on to stage 502, a very similar angle. Dale, do you see those pools of collected water that you mentioned just on the last exhibit?
Yes.
Okay. And also states 506. And again, do you see the same angle, just pulled a little farther back?
Yes.
Who's the dog there on the last pen that we can see in the dog shed, in the dog house?
Dahlia.
All right. Did water ever pool over by the feed room?
No, because usually that's the reason I would go in the afternoons, the sun would come down and beat. It would dry it up a lot quick. Especially in the summertime, it would really dry it real quick. In the wintertime, the sun would actually still hit the concrete around 3 to 4 o'clock. It'd be usually around 6 or so before the sun wouldn't be hitting on the concrete.
Did water pool in the front of where Bubba would have been located or Grady?
No.
Showing you State's Exhibit 503. Dale, are you able to see the water located near the feed room and in front of the two kennels, 1 and 2?
Yes.
Is that how water would normally pool when you washed the kennels for 4 years?
Normally, no. There's too much water right there. You can tell when the concrete's already done started drying, but there's too much water right there around the second and third pen.
Looking at this picture, what dog do we see in kennel 1 and what dog do we see there in kennel 2?
You see Bubba in kennel 1 and Maggie in kennel 2.
And again, Grady is what kind of dog?
Grady is a lab,
What color is he?
black.
Black. Is that and when we say the spots where you would put them or they were located, were there assigned kennels necessarily to the dogs?
Not really, but most of the time Miss Maggie wanted Grady to be in that kennel right next to the feed room. And then we'd usually put Bubba or Maggie in the following.
So that was just out of habit, mostly Maggie's habit?
Yes, sir.
Did anyone else in the family put the dogs in a specific location, or did they put it wherever they could find a spot?
They would put it wherever they could find a spot.
But Maggie was particular about where she put them up?
Most of the time, yes.
Dale, I'm going to ask you about firearms in general. Are you familiar generally with firearms?
Yes.
Did Paul have any firearms that he favored over more often than others, just in your experience with him?
Yes.
All right. Are you familiar with an assault rifle style rifle?
Yes.
All right. Tell us about the one that you observed Paul having with him most often.
When he went hog hunting, he would have a AR style 300 blackout.
And what color was it?
Black.
Did it have a scope on it?
Yes.
All right. Did Paul also favor a camo shotgun?
Yes. Doing turkey season.
The family owned, as far as you knew, the family owned a lot of firearms. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did you, in your experience, and did you spend a lot of time primarily down here at this dog pen area?
Yes.
Twice a day, every day?
Yes.
Did they occasionally leave guns at this area?
Yes.
All right, where would you have found them? And when I say occasionally, what does that mean to you?
That would be, especially when it was during hunting season, they would leave either on the golf cart or side by side. Sometimes they would leave them in the truck, but most of the time it'd be on the golf cart or side by side.
And how often was that? If you're there every day?
Sometimes it could be once, sometimes it could be 3 or 4 times
In a month or?
in a month. It just all depends on how hurt he got.
But that's during hunting season, right?
That's during the hunting season.
And did Alex carry a firearm?
I never seen him carry a firearm, but I know he carried a pistol in his vehicle.
Did you have a chance to listen to a kennel video in meeting with law enforcement?
I did.
And did you identify the voices on that kennel video?
I did.
Whose voices did you hear?
Paul, Maggie's, and Alex.
In all the time that you spent out there in the 4 years, every day, twice a day, did you ever see a gun left in the feed room?
No.
And you went in the feed room every day, twice a day for 4 years?
Yes.
Thank you, court's indulgence. refer to Alex carrying a pistol in his car. Is that because how'd you know that?
One time I had to drive his vehicle over to the law firm, and then every once in a while he would happen to roll up the window or something up, it go to rain or something up, they happen to not be home.
You mentioned the vehicles. Were the vehicles unlocked? All the vehicles on the farm?
All the vehicles on the farm, keys in them.
Keys in them, so someone could just open the door and drive them?
Oh yeah. If they wasn't in the switch, they would be in the center console.
And in this picture here, that's still on, do you see the dog beds located in those pictures?
Yes, they on top of the dog kennel.
They haven't been put down.
Haven't been put down.
Nothing further. Thank you.
By the defense.
Board. Good afternoon, Dale.
Afternoon.
I'm Jim Griffin. We've met a few times, haven't we?
Yes, sir.
I want to start by asking you just how long did you work at Moselle for Alec Murdaugh?
About 4 years.
And twice a day, every day?
No, it started off on just the weekends. And then I went full time with him right before Ronnie quit.
Okay. And that's Ronnie Freeman?
Whatever his last name is, I know Ronnie. That's all I can tell you.
Yes, sir. And couple things. You've said you've never seen guns left in the feed room, but you certainly seen guns left down in the work shed and
Yes.
in the what you call side by side, and that's a off-road vehicle that two people can sit beside each other.
Yes.
And then I guess they had golf cart down
Yes.
there, and you seen them left guns there.
Yes.
And you have seen guns left in their vehicles, and,
Yes.
unlocked, right?
Unlocked.
And hog hunting, there's really no season for hog hunting, is there?
No.
And a couple of those dogs in that kennel were used for hog hunting.
We had got Paul had got rid of the blue tick, but he kept armadillo, but he never really hunted him anymore after that last time he got hurt.
Right. Now let's just be when you're hog hunting with dogs, I don't think you can use a gun, can you?
Oh yeah, you can use a gun.
Oh, you think? Okay. The
Unless you man enough to go in there and catch him by the foot and bring him out.
Well, somewhere along the way, I heard you had to use a knife as opposed to a gun, but I don't. Let me ask you I'm going to pull up this video, Exhibit 297. It's the kennel video. And hang on, let me get around here. Dale, it should be on the screen there. And if I'm going to tell you when to stop, Doug, but if you go ahead and play it. Now, stop right there. Is that Rogan's dog?
Yes.
Dog named Cash, you think?
Yep, that was it.
Cash. And Cash was I'm saying, but what you've got labeled on Exhibit 516, Cash would be in kennel number 5. Is that right?
Should have been around.
And that's a few kennels up from the hose. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. All right. We're gonna run this continuing, and I get ready to stop when I tell you, Doug. All right, stop. Oh, go back. Few seconds. Well, right there. What do you see up there in the top left on that picture, Dale?
Hose?
That's the hose?
Yep.
Now that hose is on the ground, isn't it?
Yes.
Not rolled up, is it?
Nope.
Okay. And there's water around there, isn't there?
Yes.
Okay. So someone, before this video was taken, had taken the hose down that you meticulously wrapped it up. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. You can take that down. Now, you said Mr. Elliott was particular about how the hose should be wrapped. Is that right?
Well, not particularly him. He'd like it to be wrapped up, but he wasn't very particular how, as long as it was wrapped up out of his way.
Okay.
But I was very particular how I wrapped it.
You were very particular.
Yes.
Okay. How about Paul? Was he meticulous how he wrapped it?
No.
Okay. All right. The now you mentioned that water would not normally accumulate up by Grady and
Bubba.
Bubba's because that's where the sun would
Usually
come in the
beach
evening.
You
Right.
washed it, because if you didn't be very particular,
Right.
they didn't seal up underneath that door. So the inside, the jambs started to rot. So I tried to make sure, because if it was any kind of puddling or whatever, you'd have to make sure it was gone.
Right.
So you would try not to make sure there was no puddling there. So puddling didn't usually happen around the dog feed room. It would usually a couple posts back. It would have under the hose, usually around about where Armadillo's pen was, and there was a few other little spots around the post that normally would puddle.
And you were meticulous about not letting water build up around the feed room door because of the rot.
Yep.
And in fact, there was sealant in the feed room where you would have to routinely put by the door to keep it from rotting.
Alex done it the last time.
But you had to periodically do that, right?
Yes.
And you do that because water builds up, right?
Well, because the water was splashed, they didn't seal up underneath the door jamb right now. And it would just run up underneath the plate right there for the cement. It would run and drain off.
Now, can we agree that Paul was not as meticulous as you were about spraying around the kennels?
Nope.
We can or cannot agree?
We can agree to that.
All right. And so, and we saw the hose out, and you don't know what time that was, but I think the record reflects it's sometime 8:44 in the evening. I mean, that's about sundown, right, in June?
Oh, yeah.
And so there wouldn't be a hot sun burning the water off if the hose had been used, right around that period of time, would there?
No.
And if Paul had not been meticulous like you, it wouldn't be unusual to see water build up where you see it in the photo, right? Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And sometimes the dogs would knock over the water bowl,
They would.
and I think maybe we can see in the photos that would cause water to run off too as well, right?
Oh, yeah, it would run off.
Okay. Now, Dale, what's lovey-dovey mean to you?
What did it mean to me?
When you use the phrase lovey-dovey about Alec and Maggie, what does that mean?
It means they loved each other.
What in your presence, you described them as being lovey-dovey, didn't you?
Yes.
And tell the jury what you meant by that.
Every time I always see them, I've never seen that man even raise his voice at his wife or kids. Or his wife. I've never seen him none of them argue. But he always, anything she wanted or the boys wanted, he would try to get it.
And what was your observation about his relationship with Paul?
they like to hunt and fish together. I mean, they drink beer together.
Okay. And his relationship with Buster?
I didn't see Buster as much, but it was always friendly. I mean, just never
Sure.
seen any harmful way or anything with them.
You remember, Dale, one time, one of the hunting dogs got hung up in one of the kennels,
Yes,
choking to death.
yes,
And that dog was badly injured, wasn't
it was. It didn't
And-
survive.
he? And the decision was made to mercy to put the dog down, wasn't it?
Yes,
Mr. Allen couldn't shoot that dog. He asked you to do it, didn't he?
yes,
And did you do that?
yes.
Now, on June 7th, the night of June the 7th, you got off work, I think you said 4:30.
4:30.
And you remember what you did? Did you go home?
I went straight to the house.
Did you stay at the house all night?
I sure did.
You stay inside?
I did.
And you live
Mile and a half.
a mile and a half. I've driven a lawnmower down that road, I believe, when I was last time saw you.
I did.
Did you hear any gunshots that night while you were in your house?
No, I did not.
Now, you mentioned Paul liked to hunt with a blackout, 300 blackout, I guess.
He did hog hunt.
Yeah, before the murders, when's the last time you saw that gun? You remember?
I cannot remember exact, but it was quite a few months. He had said something about going hog hunting. He had it in his truck.
Right.
Uh,
Okay.
But it was a couple months. I know at least 5 or 6 months.
All right. Two last points. Bubba's been getting a bad name, but Bubba's a little stubborn dog.
Stubborn? No, he just rambunctious.
Rambo. But will he listen to you?
Somewhat.
You listen to Alec?
He would.
And in that feed room, did you keep shot collars back there for the hunting dogs and stuff?
We did.
What else was kept in that feed room besides feed?
Shot collars, feed, chicken feed, the GPS tracking collars.
Was there some medicine?
There
If
was
you need-
medicine. There was all kinds of stuff in there.
So if you need to put something on a dog's skin for rash or something, that had that in the feed room?
Had that.
And now Ms. Maggie would go down there. I mean, you said she'd take a Mercedes sometime, but she'd ride her bike down there too, wouldn't she?
Bicycle, golf cart. And then sometimes she would walk.
She'd walk. And she liked to get the dogs out. Grady and Bubba and Maggie, I think, was Mr. Randolph's dog, wasn't it?
Yes, sir.
And she liked to run the dogs in the golf cart sometimes, let them run
She
behind.
would.
Just,
Sometimes she just would get out there and walk. But
now those were pet dogs, but they stayed at the kennel, right?
most of the time they did.
And they didn't let those dogs in the house because Buster had eczema. Were you aware of that?
I didn't wear that. I knew they would take them up to the house. Now, whether they went in, I didn't know.
You didn't know whether they went in or out or did not.
I know they stayed outside around the house.
And you know they had electric fence,
They did.
and sometimes it worked and sometimes it didn't.
Yes.
Okay. But it wasn't unusual for Bubba Grady and Maggie to be down at the kennels at
No.
night, right?
It wouldn't.
Okay. And they like to chase chickens. Bubba the one?
They never would chase chickens until Alex had got a rooster that would roost right over there. After he let that rooster out, that joker, he got there would taunt them jokers. And they got where they would chase the chickens.
Because
That
Rooster would be taunting the dogs.
Yeah, I could beat the dogs to death.
All right. That's all the questions I have, Dale. Thank you so much.
Redirect.
Curious, Dale, what happened to that rooster?
I can't remember if Grady got him or Bubba got him.
The rooster got his, apparently.
One of the dogs ended up getting the rooster.
All right. We heard a little bit about, well, first of all, did Alex do a lot of hunting?
I don't know how much hunting he done, but I know he done hunting.
And hunting involves killing animals.
It did.
So as far as you knew, he was a hunter.
Yes.
The slope of the concrete, I'm sorry, the concrete out there on the dog kennel, did it have a slope to it?
Yes.
And that would be for what reason?
To run the water off.
So water would naturally drain out there even if it wasn't sunny?
It would.
And I think you mentioned and talked at length about the feed room and how there was issues there, but were the issues caused, the wadding road, was that caused because it was actually draining?
When they done that room, they didn't, like I told that gentleman over there, they didn't seal that bottom plate like it should have been. And it would allow water when you sprayed the concrete off, that water kept just slowly getting underneath the concrete until it started rotting out around the door jambs and stuff.
If Maggie was down there at the kennels, would she have put the dog beds down for the dogs?
She would have.
If the kennel lights and the hanger lights and the underneath lights are on, is it fairly well lit out there?
It is.
You mentioned bed. What's your bedtime? You said you rise early. What's your bedtime?
My bedtime, it all depends.
What time are you in bed?
That is a good question. Now I can tell you my routine.
All right, tell me your routine.
Usually around 4, 5 o'clock, I go get a shower and I'm in my recliner usually the rest of the day.
Okay, so if you're not in bed, you're in that recliner. After you shower, you're in that recliner.
How's it?
And the day is done.
Done.
Okay. And in June 7th, that was that Monday. Were you done that night at whatever time you took your shower, 4 or 5 o'clock?
I was done at 4:30, 5 o'clock. I had done had my shower. I was in my recliner.
And you were with your wife?
Yes.
Last question. When you were out there at 5 o'clock at the kennels in Moselle, were there any firearms anywhere on that property?
That night, that particular day,
That particular day?
I did not see none.
Thank you.
Anything further?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. Call your next witness.
State Post Carson Bernie.
Do you swear or affirm that any testimony you give today will be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
If you would, please, sir, be seated, take your full name, spell your last name, and then leave the microphone away from you.
Carson Burney, Burney.
Now it's the afternoon. Good afternoon, Mr. Bernie.
Afternoon.
Tell us a little bit about yourself, Mr. Bernie.
My name is Carson Burney. As I mentioned, I've lived in South Carolina a little over 20 years. I graduated from University of South Carolina 2013 with a degree in finance. In 2015, I went back to USC, completed a 6-month paralegal certificate program there. 2019, I joined the Department of Revenue as a sales tax auditor. And in 2021, I was hired on as the forensic accountant in the state grand jury division at the South Carolina Attorney General's office.
So we work together.
We do. We used to have offices right next to each other.
About how long have you been with the Attorney General's office again?
Approximately a year and a half.
And about how long were you with the Department of Revenue before you came over to us?
A little over 2 years.
And say again for me, what is your job title with the AG's office?
I'm the forensic accountant in the state grand jury division.
All right, forensic accountant. What is a forensic accountant?
So a forensic accountant, it's a broad term, but essentially what I do is compile records, primarily financial records that include loans, credit card statements, bank account information, compile that information, and then pass it on typically to law enforcement or the prosecutors in my section.
And when you talk about you look at these records, what sort of volume of records are we talking about? Hundreds of pages, thousands of pages, 10,000s of pages?
In this case, thousands of pages of records, yes, sir.
Thousands of pages?
Yes.
Would it be fair to say tens of thousands of pages?
Probably, yes.
Do you like your job, Mr. Bernie?
I do like it. It can be tedious, but I do like it. I find a sense of fulfillment.
Do you have any certifications in connection with your work?
I do. I am a certified fraud examiner, which is a test. Essentially, you learn and you are tested on different fraud schemes, how to investigate those fraud schemes, the law surrounding that, and then different fraud prevention and deterrence methods.
As a forensic accountant, are you familiar with the concept called tracing?
I am.
What is tracing?
Tracing, in the context we're going to talk about, it's looking at the source of funds and tracing it out through to see where the final disposition of those funds ultimately end up.
And in your appointment as a forensic accountant, have you had opportunity to conduct any tracing analysis on records provided as part of this case?
I have pretty much all the alleged stolen money I have traced.
Your Honor, the state would at this time move to qualify Mr. Bernie as an expert in forensic accounting, particularly as to the tracing of funds.
Your Honor, we don't have any objections to his qualifications. We would renew our previous objections on this whole line of testimony under 404 and 403.
He's qualified as an expert.
Are there different ways of tracing funds, Mr. Bernie?
There's several different methods.
What method did you apply in this particular matter?
I used what's called a first in, first out method. Simply put, the first money into an account that I'm looking at is the first money out. And in context of the tracing, it'd be the money from the source of the checks and then the first money out.
Now, and I kind of jumped ahead of myself a little bit. When money is moving around between different bank accounts, the banks aren't transmitting, the serial numbers on particular dollar bills, are they?
They are not.
All right. So you can't necessarily tell that a dollar with the serial number is the same dollar as that serial number and going across multiple accounts, can you?
No, you cannot.
And so are these methodologies how you go about deciding that a dollar in one account is the same as the dollar from another account?
That's correct. When you have a bank account, obviously it's a pool of money. So we have to apply some rules to say this money comes from this source.
Now, you indicated you use the first in, first out method. Is there any sort of lay explanation or description you can provide to us?
Yes. I like to use the example of, say you have $10 in your bank account. And for this example, we'll say it's legitimate money in that bank account. You go over to grandma's house, you get sticky fingers, you take $10 out of grandma's purse, you put that money in the same bank account. So now you have commingled funds, and we'll call the $10 from grandma's purse illegitimate funds. And then you have a transaction, let's say it's $15. So you're pulling partially from the $10 you previously had, the legitimate funds, and then $5 out of the $10 from grandma's account. So that's how the first in, first out method would work.
And so under that first in, first out method, what portion of that $15 would come from those legitimate funds and what portion of that would come from the sticky fingers money?
The $10 would be legitimate funds, and then the $5 from grandma's $10 you took and put into your bank account without her permission.
What other methodologies are there for the tracing of funds?
There's a lowest intermediate balance rule. Typically, you see it in trust fund accounting. It's with commingled funds. And typically, the principle behind that is any withdrawals out of those commingled funds are deemed to be personal funds, and the funds remaining in that account would be trust funds. You see it sometimes in bankruptcy proceedings. Another one is the one I mentioned, the first in, first out method. Then you have the reverse, which would be the last in, first out method, or last in, first out method. And then one I call essentially a proximity rule. If you see a large transaction, a large deposit come in and then almost immediately come out with a similar amount, you can draw a conclusion that those funds were to fund that other transaction.
So to go over that last one a little bit, if you're looking at a bank account and you see $1,000 come in and then right away $1,000 come out, would that be the proximity rule that you just described?
That's exactly correct.
And in that circumstance, you wouldn't even necessarily need to apply that first in, first out, or last in, first out, or any of the particularized math. You just say 1,000, it's all the same.
That's correct, yes.
Okay. In this particular case, were you asked to look into the deposit of $792,000 into accounts under the control of Alec Murdaugh?
I was.
All right. When was that money deposited into which accounts?
Can I review my notes?
Please do.
Okay, the $792,000 you are referring to it has been called the Ferris fees in previous testimony. It was 3 different checks, all from the Wilson Law Group. The dates deposited were March 10th, 2021, March 23rd, 2021, and April 20th, 2021. The first check was $192,000. The second, $375,000. And the third was $225,000, and all had a check date of March 10th, 2021.
And I'm sorry, what was that last date again?
The last date, the $225,000 was deposited on April 20th, 2021.
And did you apply any tracing analysis to the disbursement of those funds?
I did.
And which form of analysis did you apply to it?
I did the first in, first out method.
And without getting into any granular detail of the expenses from the account from that money, what generally was that money expended on?
So a large portion of the money was checks to associates, known people to Alex Murdaugh. And then the remaining of the funds, primarily we see credit card payments.
When was that $792,000 exhausted under that first in, first out analysis?
So it was completely exhausted out of the account by May 25th, 2021.
There's been a lot of attempts at math from the stand over the course of this trial. Am I correct in judging that to be roughly a month apart from the date of the last check deposited?
Yes, that would be approximately a month from April 20th, 2021.
So $792,000 exhausted in just a little bit over a month from the date of last deposit. What was the date of the first deposit again? I apologize.
The first one was March 10th, 2021. So from that date to the last date, I believe 2.5 approximately months.
Were there into which account was that deposited again?
So all 3 checks were deposited into a Bank of America account ending in 6779 under the name of Alex Murdaugh.
Now let's take a step back and talk a little bit about the accounts of Alec Murdaugh. Was that Alec's only account at Bank of America?
No.
All right. What was his other accounts at Bank of America?
He had other accounts that have been called the fake forge accounts. There are two of those accounts, and the accounts seemed to run consecutively. One account ended, and then a second one was created. The reason, I'm not exactly sure just from looking at the statements, but there were two different accounts. There's also a credit card account at Bank of America.
And did Mr. Murdaugh have accounts at Palmetto State Bank?
He did. He had several accounts at Palmetto State Bank.
Was there a particular account there that appeared in your analysis to be his primary account?
Yes, an account ending in 6092, checking account.
Generally speaking, when following funds from Bank of America, well, let me rephrase that question. Was there any pattern in the flow of funds after they were deposited into either the fake forge account or into that Bank of America checking account?
Yes, so when checks were deposited into the fake forge account, typically they were transferred out or withdrawn in cash. If they were transferred out, normally they would go to his personal banking account ending in 6779. Occasionally, we would see cashier's checks come out of one of the forge accounts.
Now, on those cashier's checks, would it say, hey, this is from the fake forge account on the face of it?
No.
When he would cut checks on that personal banking account, would it say, hey, this is stolen money on the face of those checks?
No.
So in those who would receive those checks, it would just say something to the effect of Alec Murdaugh or something of that nature?
That is correct.
Aside from those Bank of America accounts, did any money make it to Palmetto State Bank?
Yes. Occasionally, once the checks went into the personal account at Bank of America, another check would be written, typically just to Palmetto State Bank, and then ultimately it would be deposited into one of his accounts at Palmetto State Bank.
And would the funds thereafter be dispersed from that account?
Yes.
Circling back around to the $792,000 of Ferris fees or Mack truck fees, were you able to determine when any of those fees or other replacement fees were returned to Chris Wilson?
Yes.
All right, can you tell me a little bit about that?
Yes. So previous testimony had mentioned a $350,000 wire from Palmetto State Bank that went to the Wilson Law Group.
And from which institution did that wire originate?
Palmetto State Bank.
And well, that's $350,000. Were any additional funds provided to Chris Wilson?
Yes. So in Alex Murdaugh's account ending in 6779, we see a check was mobile deposited for $250,000. And then the next day, on July 16th, 2021, there's a wire for that same amount of money, $250,000, that went directly to Wilson Law Group, IOLTA account.
I'm showing you a document that is labeled as States Exhibit 518. Do you recognize this document?
I do.
And is this the document that you were just describing of a $250,000 instrument deposited into Alex's account?
That is correct.
Introduce into evidence Exhibit 518. My understanding.
Additional objection, Your Honor.
Admit it.
And is that the instrument you were just describing a moment ago?
It is.
Can you pull it down a little bit? We got a touch of glare. Thank you, Mr. Waters. All right, and that is a check made out to Alec Murdaugh for $250,000. What's the name at the top of the instrument?
It says John E. Parker.
From your work with investigators throughout this case, do you know who John E. Parker is?
I do.
All right, and who is he?
He is a former law partner of Alex Murdaugh's at what we've been calling PMPED.
All right, and right here above Mr. Waters' cuticle, there's something written in the memo line. What does that say?
Says loan.
All right, so on the face of this check, does it purport to be a loan to Mr. Murdaugh?
It does.
So that adds up to $600,000. Did you identify any additional funds sent back to Chris Wilson's office in replacement of that $792,000?
I did not.
And I apologize.
With court's permission and I suspect without objection from counsel, we have redacted certain personal identifying account information from the face of this document. What's the date on this instrument, Mr. Burney?
It is July 15th, 2021.
And is that the same date as the wire of funds from Palmetto State Bank to Mr. Wilson's trust account?
It is.
In the course of your analysis, did you have an opportunity to look at Mr. Murdaugh's balances on or about June 7th, 2021?
I did.
And did you look at his balances on all of his deposit accounts?
I did.
And did you look at his balances on all of his outstanding loans and lines of credit?
Yes, all that I've identified, I reviewed them, yes.
In your opinion, Mr. Burney, on June 7th, 2021, across Mr. Murdaugh's deposit accounts and demand lines of credit, did Richard Alexander Murdaugh have $792,000 available to return to Chris Wilson?
He did not.
On that same date, June 7th, 2021, across his deposit accounts and his demand lines of credit, did Richard Alexander Murdaugh have $500,000 available to give to the sons of Gloria Satterfield?
He did not.
On June 7th, 2021, did Richard Alexander Murdaugh have, across his deposits accounts and his lines of credit, did he have $10 million available to meet the settlement demands of Mark Tinsley?
He did not have $10 million.
And it might seem obvious, given that we went through each of those individual scenarios, but on June 7th, 2021, did Richard Alexander Murdaugh have enough money to fulfill all three of those conditions?
He was not able to fulfill all three conditions. That's correct.
No further questions for this witness, Your Honor.
We're going to break for lunch now. You may step down, do not discuss your testimony. Let's just a moment, ladies and gentlemen, great step down. And we'll resume at 2:15. Please do not discuss the case.
Cheers.
Okay, our witness. You may bring the jury.
The jury is present, sir.
Okay, very good. Cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. Burney.
Afternoon, Mr. Griffin.
Just, I want to be sure we understand what you've done. You did analysis of various bank accounts, seeing deposits in and money out. Is that correct?
So for the tracing, it was specifically the alleged stolen funds. I would just trace them out as they went through the bank accounts using that first in, first out method.
I mean, did you analyze any accounts that were stolen, what you contend to be stolen funds were not deposited into?
There's probably one or two accounts, maybe stolen money didn't hit, but any account under Alex Murdaugh's name at Palmetto State Bank and Bank of America, those were the primary two accounts.
But I mean, you're aware that he earned income as a practicing attorney?
Yes, yes.
And did you segregate that monthly income from?
Yes. So what I would do is prior to these funds going into those accounts, using that first in, first out method, I would completely deplete whatever income or deposit was in that account prior to, so we could separate each check out.
And you, in your testimony here today, you for the most part, limited your analysis to the $792,000 of the Ferris fee. Is that right?
Yeah, that's the only tracing we went over to.
Okay. And then at the end, you testified about essentially Mr. Murdaugh's, I guess it was a analysis of liabilities versus assets.
Right.
About
so,
whether he had enough to pay A, B, and C.
Right. So what I did for the date of June 7th, the accounts we had, I looked at balances in addition to outstanding loans. So that's how I was able to determine that.
And that was just purely balances in financial accounts. Is that right?
That's correct.
And did that include any analysis of his 401k or retirement account?
No, in the balance sheet I had no, because those were in retirement accounts.
Okay.
So obviously, you have tax implications and penalties and fees associated with those.
And did that analysis include the value of any real estate holdings?
So I was just looking at outstanding, what he owed the bank.
Did that?
I didn't have up to date June 7th, 2021 appraisals for every land he owned.
Sure. And I think we all understood your answer, but your answer is no, it did not include an analysis of any equity in real estate holdings. Is that correct?
No, because I would not be able to determine that to the date.
And your analysis also did not include any interest he may have in real estate partnerships, correct?
Such as Redbeard and Zero United.
Well, let's start there. Redbeard and Zero United.
So I just had the loan statements and outstanding principal on that. And as we know, they were charged off, I believe, in 2012, and interest was accruing, but this is just a principal balance that I was looking at.
Right, but you didn't look to see what the value of Redbeard was and the value of United was.
No, I had no idea what they would have been in June 7th, 2021.
And were you aware that he was had equity interest in a real estate partnership that owned the PMPED law firm building in Hampton?
I became aware when I saw he was paid out of that account at the end in October, I believe. And then I would see occasionally, I called them rent checks. I think every month or so he would get a few thousand from that ownership.
But in your testimony of sort of a snapshot on June 7th, you didn't take into account the value of his interest in the PMPED law firm building, did you?
So I was looking at liquid assets. So would he have the ability that day to pay those amounts?
Okay. All right. And I take it then you also didn't take into account his ability to raise capital through borrowing money from Palmetto State Bank if he needed to.
So I was only looking at outstanding loans. So I can't comment whether or not he could. We know after the fact he got a loan from the bank, but at that time I wouldn't know what he's eligible for or not eligible for. If he wanted to take out an additional loan.
Well, we know before the fact that he had never been turned down for a loan at Palmetto State Bank, correct?
To my knowledge, no.
Right. And we know before the fact that he had paid Palmetto State Bank in over $4 million in interest payments. Don't we know that?
I've not calculated that myself, but if that's what you're representing.
Well, we know before the fact that the chairman of the board of Palmetto State Bank's position was if Alec Murdaugh wants a loan from the bank, we'll make it happen. You're aware of that, aren't you?
That's my understanding.
So there was no, and just to be clear, you weren't telling the jury that on June 7th, Mr. Murdaugh's financial freight train was about to go off to the ravine. That's not what you were telling this jury, is it?
I was just looking at the account balances, outstanding loans, the fact that more money had to be borrowed to pay back the Chris Wilson fees.
And he borrowed money from his partner, Johnny Parker. Is that right?
That's correct.
And you know before the fact that Mr. Parker frequently loaned money to other partners in the firm because the cash flow in their business was, not great until the end of the year.
I know Johnny Parker loaned Alex money. I'm not sure about the other partners, but you are correct. He did loan him money.
Now, in your analysis of the $792,000, you testified that that a large percent of the money went to associates, and then the rest went to pay credit card bills, right?
Generally speaking, without getting into a granular level.
Sure. Well, can you generally tell me approximately how much money of the $792,000 was sent to Curtis Eddie Smith?
From my tracing, approximately $500,000.
Of the 792?
Of the 792, yes, sir.
Okay. All right. 1 second, Your Honor.
You direct.
Mr. Bernie, you indicated that you were looking at liquid assets on June 7th, 2021. Is that correct?
That is.
Did I understand your testimony a moment ago correctly that that's what you were looking at?
Yes.
Mr. Bernie, do you own a home?
I do.
So you've gone through the process of purchasing land before, is that correct?
A couple of times, yes, sir.
A couple of times. When you were buying, or let me rephrase my question here. Did you ever sell any real estate?
I have once.
Was it an instant process or did it take some time?
It took months.
Months.
From listing to closing, yes.
So did you get the money for your real estate right when you sold it, or did it take all the way to closing to get that money?
Took all the way to closing.
So if Mr. Murdaugh needed money from his real estate interests through sell, would that have taken some time?
I imagine, yes.
Did I hear you correctly a moment ago in your testimony, or acknowledge in your testimony the possibility that Mr. Murdaugh paid over $4 million in interest to Palmetto State Bank on various loans?
That's what Mr. Griffin represented. I had not done the calculations myself.
As you indicated a moment ago, what was your aim again in tracing these funds?
Looking at their ultimate dispositions, where the money went to.
Did you start with particular instruments and then go from there?
I did.
And in analyzing where the funds from those instruments went, did a portion of those instruments go to loan payments?
Yes.
At Palmetto State Bank?
Yes. Loan payments at Palmetto State Bank and to pay back loans from other individuals.
And did a significant portion of those funds go towards paying that $4+ million in interest to Palmetto State Bank?
Yes.
And did that represent a significant portion of where the stolen funds were ultimately disposed?
Yes.
No further questions, Your Honor.
You may step down. Thank you. Your next witness.
All right, the state calls Marion Proctor. Marion Proctor.
Do you swear or affirm that any testimony you give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God? All right, you get this one? Sit right up here. State your full name for the record, spell your last name, and then move the microphone where they can hear you. Okay?
I'm Marion Proctor, Proctor.
Good afternoon, Ms. Proctor.
Hi.
Go ahead and tell the jury, do you have any relationship to Maggie and Paul?
I am Maggie's sister, and Paul is my nephew.
Can you pull that mic just a little bit closer or slide your chair up just a little bit so you don't have to lean forward?
Okay.
And is that a fresh bottle of water there?
It is.
Oh, it is. That's your water?
Yes.
Go ahead and, if you would, tell us a little bit about yourself, just where you grew up and just a little bit about yourself so they get to know you just a little bit. Please.
Okay. I grew up in Wilmington, North Carolina. Maggie and I did. She was my only sibling with two parents. And we both went to college, both married, both lived in South Carolina. We've been here ever since. I'm married. I have 3 daughters, and we live in the Charleston area.
Where did Maggie go to college?
South Carolina.
Did she go somewhere else and then transfer to South Carolina?
She did.
How far apart are you and Maggie?
5 years.
And your parents, what are their names?
Terry and Kennedy.
And do y'all have any other siblings, or was it just you and Maggie?
It's just Maggie and me.
Growing up, being 7 years apart as younger folks, was that a bit of an age difference as y'all grew up?
It was. For children, that's a lot. So, I was in college. She was in high school. So we weren't super close when we were children, but later on, as our lives became more similar, we became very close.
And how long ago do you think that relationship grew very close?
When the children were little, we did a lot together. It was easy. As they got older with, their commitment, sports and things like that, it was mostly holidays, Christmas, Thanksgiving. And then when we both became empty nesters, we were having a really good time.
Y'all talk almost every day.
Almost every day.
Tell the jury a little bit about Maggie. How would you describe her as somebody, just so they can get an idea of who she was?
Maggie was sweet. She was kind of a free spirit. She was always up for anything that was going on. She loved her family. She loved her boys. Buster and Paul were her world. She loved my parents. We, joked how we would grow old together and take care of them. And she was just a really, really good person.
Was Maggie a tomboy at all, or was she more of a girl's girl?
No, she was definitely a girl's girl, but she made the best of having two boys. She was right in there fishing, hunting. She didn't grow up doing that. We used to laugh that she'd get in the deer stand with her Southern Living magazine, and the boys would tell her she was making too much noise turning the pages. And then, fishing, she loved going out on the boat. She loved being at the beach. She loved going to the islands. I don't know that she really fished that much, but she just wanted to do what they were doing. She wanted to spend time with them.
What about the Gamecocks?
She was a big Gamecock fan.
Are you a Gamecock fan?
I'm a big Clemson fan.
Y'all still managed to get along, though.
We got along great. We did. And we were together a lot on those Clemson, Carolina days. And we would have a big time.
Being kind of a girl's girl, did she like spending time with you and your daughters and getting a chance to do those sorts of things?
She loved it. She and my girls loved their Aunt Maggie. She always, said that she was their favorite aunt. And she just, loved catching up on all the latest makeup and, hair trends and shoes. And she just loved doing girl stuff with us.
Did Maggie work over the years, or was she focused on taking care of the boys and raising them?
She was mostly a stay-at-home mom. She had a little shop in Hampton for a while. She and Miss Libby did that together. So that was fun. She was real involved with the boys' schools, all their sporting events. I don't think she probably ever missed one, but she was mostly a stay-at-home mom.
What about Paul? Did you get to know him, obviously, as your nephew?
Yes.
Tell the jury just a little bit about Paul and what he was like.
Paul was a sweet, sweet boy, misrepresented in the media. He had such a kind side to him. He was always wanting to help. Aunt Marion, does Uncle Bart need some wood? He'd bring us a load of wood. He was a kind soul, and I loved him a lot.
Was Maggie very involved in the family finances to your knowledge?
Not at all.
Explain to the jury a little bit, if you would.
She, they had a comfortable life. Maggie was happy. It wasn't a lavish life, but it was a comfortable life. And, I mean, money just, it was never an issue for her that she knew about.
That you know about?
Right.
I think you said you don't think Maggie ever balanced a checkbook because finances wasn't.
She didn't. So I was the sister who balanced it to the penny and went crazy if I made a mistake in my checkbook. Maggie's was in the floor of her car with all of her bills thrown all over it. And she didn't. Organization was not her best skill.
Mr. Randolph, Paul's grandfather, did you know him?
I did.
And then his spouse was who?
Miss Libby.
Towards the end of Maggie and Paul's life, can you tell the jury just a little bit about Miss Libby's health?
Miss Libby had Alzheimer's and wasn't too bad at first, but she's been declining for years. And it's real bad now. I think she stays in bed all day. She doesn't recognize her family. And she has to be helped to do everything. She can't feed herself or go to the bathroom or do anything.
Back in June of 2021, was her condition similar in that regard?
Yes.
Back in June of 2021, was Mr. Randolph suffering any health issues?
Mr. Randolph was really sick. He had lots of different things wrong with him. And I think that his days were coming close to an end.
In the days leading up to Paul and Maggie's death, had the family received some not encouraging news about Mr. Randolph's
Correct.
prognosis?
Correct. I think that they felt like everything had been done for him that could be done. And I'm not sure Mr. Randolph wanted anything else done to him either. It had been a long road for him.
Backing up a little bit, the family, Alec and Maggie's family, properties, did they have a house in Hampton at one time?
They did. They built that house.
And did they have a beach house?
They did
And where was that?
at a stove.
And when did they get the beach house roughly? Do you recall?
Oh, gosh. I really don't know. They've had it for a long time, 15. I really don't know. I'm sorry.
And what about Moselle? They had that property as well?
Yes, Moselle was their most recent property. And it was kind of a hunting plantation type place. Great setup for hunting everything and lots of beds for Alec to have men come out and have hunts and not Maggie's favorite place to be, but the boys loved it.
And in the summertime, where did Maggie typically prefer to be? At a stow? Or?
She loved the beach, yes.
Are you familiar with what people refer to as the boat crash?
I am,
And to your general recollection, that happened around February of 2019?
correct.
After the boat crash, did the family and particularly Maggie feel like what she felt some sort of backlash in the community or some sort of negative reaction that bothered her?
She did. That was a devastating blow for their family. It was a horrible accident, but it was an accident. And Maggie felt like the Hampton community had turned against her. And Paul was being mistreated. People would say mean things to him, call him names, social media, inappropriate things were said to him. Inappropriate things were said to him when he went back to school. And it was very hard on the family. It was very stressful.
Is that also part of the reason that Maggie preferred staying in Edisto?
I think so, yes.
During this time period, did Maggie start looking for a house somewhere else?
She did. They sold their Hampton house. She was looking in the Hilton Head, Bluffton area for something. She had been looking in that area for a while.
Okay. Did she find anything she liked?
She did. She found one house that she just loved, and she called me and my parents to come down and take a look at it. And I believe Alec was there too. And she really thought that they might make an offer on that house, but in the end, they did not. I think Alec advised her that the timing was just not right with the boat case going on.
With the case going on? So we move closer to June 7th of 2021. I believe you testified that the family had received some bad prognosis on Mr. Randolph. Is that correct?
Yes. Maggie called me that day and said she was at Edisto. She had some men working on the house, and Mr. Randolph was not doing well at all. And Alec really wanted her to come home that night. She hadn't planned on it, but that he needed her to come home, and Paul was going to be there too. And I said, well, Maggie, I said, Alec and his dad are super close, and that's probably what you should do. Go be with him if he needs you.
She said that Alec wanted her to come home that night.
Yes.
And what was your understanding of Maggie's intent or what they were going to do that night?
I was under the impression they were going over to Alameda to visit his parents.
And that's why Alec wanted Maggie to come home?
Correct.
And that was from your conversation with her?
Yes.
She called you to let you know that that's what Alec had called her about?
Yes.
You said she was having some work done at Edisto on June 7th?
Yes, just maintenance work, getting it ready for the summer.
You encouraged her to go to Murdaugh?
I did.
Was that the last time you talked to her?
Yes. Thank you.
You all right? Remember about what time of day that was?
I think it was around 4:00 in the afternoon. I think Maggie loved to call me when she was driving. She was always driving from, Moselle to Edisto to Charleston. And I think it was around 4 that afternoon.
What was the rest of your day like? Just a normal day?
Just a normal day.
Did you go to bed that evening?
Actually, we were not in bed. We were watching a movie. It was just Bart and me at home that night.
Bart, your
And-
husband? Tell me how you found out.
John, I didn't even realize this was going on. We were watching a movie and Bart had gotten up to, I thought, go into the kitchen, and he had a text from John Marvin saying that a text from Randy, saying that there had been a tragedy and could Bart please call him on his cell phone? He had called on Alex's cell phone, but wanted Bart to call him back on his cell phone.
So what happened?
So Bart went outside and called him. So I still didn't know anything was going on and told him that Maggie and Paul had been shot. They were dead.
What was your reaction?
I just couldn't believe it. I didn't think it was true. I said, there has to be a mistake. I said, there's got to be some explanation. It just can't be them.
What did y'all do after that?
We gathered up our things and we went to tell my parents. And
Where do they live?
they live in Somerville. My mom had just had knee replacement surgery. So when we got to Somerville, I called and I said, Mom, we're on the way. And we've got some bad news to share, but I want to be with you. And so she was sitting in her recliner chair with her leg all bundled up. And so we got there and both of my parents were there. And I think my mom went into shock. She couldn't be still and she just kept making these noises. And it was just the worst.
Did you go to Moselle at any point?
We pretty much stayed with my parents all night. We went back home, showered, and then we all went to Moselle the next morning.
Over the next few days, were y'all staying back in Somerville and going to Moselle, or what were you and your parents doing in Bart?
So we had family coming in from Kentucky, and some of them were staying with me, some of them were staying with my parents, but we were in Moselle every day. We were planning the funeral, doing it, but just, we were in Moselle every day after that until the funeral.
Did that shock of finding out last for a while?
I'm sorry,
Did that shock of finding out last for a while?
it's still hard to face.
When you got to Moselle, did you see Pellet, the defendant?
I did.
Did y'all hug?
We did.
Cry?
We did.
Over the course of the next couple of days or in the aftermath, as the shock was wearing off just a little bit, did you have any conversation with Alec about what had happened?
I didn't talk to Alec a lot. Alec was just really busy and the whole town was coming to see him and he was very, very, very torn up. I did at one point ask him if Maggie had suffered, and he assured me that she did not. Now, I don't know that I think that's true. And I asked if Paul had suffered, and he said no. And then later, I asked him, I said, Alec, do you have any idea who's done this? I said, we have got to find out who could do this. And he said that he did not know who it was, but he felt like whoever did it had thought about it for a really long time.
Whoever had done it had thought about it for a really long time. Did that strike you as odd?
I just didn't know what that meant.
Were you ever privy or have any discussion with anything Alex said about whether or not he went to the kennels that night?
I personally did not talk to him about that, but he told my mom that he had dinner with Maggie and Paul and then he took a nap, which he did. That was kind of a routine. He would lay down on the sofa at night after work and take a nap.
But he said he never went to the kennel.
Correct.
After your conversation with Maggie, your last conversation with her, did it strike you as odd that she didn't go to the kennels or go to Alameda with Alec?
Yes,
And why is that?
because that's the whole reason she went home that night.
Did you think from your conversation with Maggie that she was planning to see Mr. Randolph too?
I thought so. I didn't realize that Mr. Randolph wasn't there at the time.
That was a surprise to you? In the days and weeks following Maggie and Paul's murder, did Alec ever say anything about the boat case?
We would talk about the boat case. And he was very intent on clearing Paul's name.
What did he say?
He said that his number one goal was clearing Paul's name. And I thought that was so strange because my number one goal was to find out who killed my sister and Paul.
But that wasn't Alec's concern, main concern?
I know he must have wanted that too, but it just, I don't know how he could have thought about anything else.
But he talked about the boat case. Did he ever act scared or afraid that the real killers were out there somewhere or anything like that? Or was he concerned with the boat case?
We were afraid. We didn't know what was going on. My family was scared. I was scared for Alec and Buster. I felt like they needed protection. I think everybody was afraid. And Alec didn't seem to be afraid.
Did he also talk about getting Buster back into law school
Yes.
after the murders? Maggie loved those dogs, didn't she?
She did.
She liked going down there and playing with them?
She did.
Would she tend to walk down there or would she take another way to get down there?
If she was dieting, she'd walk. Sometimes she'd ride her bicycle, and she'd take her car. She'd go, just whatever she felt like. Take her car, take one of the golf cart things.
She wasn't a hunter though, was she?
No.
What'd you think about those AR style guns that the boys had?
She seemed to be fine with those. I remember when she wanted to give them those for Christmas, and I just growing up with girls and not in the hunting world, I said, Maggie, why would you give those boys those guns? And she said they love to shoot hogs, and which I understood that the hogs were tearing up their property, but it just scared me that that the boys would have such a dangerous weapon. But I know nothing about guns, so.
1 second, Mr. Brown. Thank you for testifying. Please answer any questions the defense may have.
Mr. Griffin.
Hey. I'm sorry, this is hard for me too. Maggie was a very special person, wasn't she?
She was.
And she and Alec had a very special relationship, didn't
They did.
they? And they had a very special family, did they not?
They did.
And they loved to do things together as a family, didn't they?
They did.
And it just wasn't Alec and Maggie and Paul and Buster, but your parents were part of their family, right?
Yes.
And I doubt you've heard all the testimony here in court, but a lot of Paul's friends referred to your dad as Papa T. Is that what people refer to him as?
Yes.
And your mother as Grandma.
Yes.
And it sort of seemed like Paul and Buster's friends were part of your parents' extended family. Is that right?
Yes.
And you and your husband and Bart and your children, y'all would all vacation together with, not necessarily with Buster and Paul's friends, but with Maggie and Alec and Paul and Buster, and y'all did things as a family a lot. Did you
We
know?
did.
And Alec was really close to your parents, wasn't
Yes.
he? And he considered your dad as one of his best friends, I believe.
He was very kind to my dad.
Right. And y'all would vacation. I think you and your husband have a house in the Keys. You would vacation there, right?
Correct.
And y'all do a lot together. You place up in off Lake Kiowee.
Correct.
And you said Maggie was a girl, but she took to the boys and learned to be a mother of two rambunctious sons, right?
She did.
And you said earlier that about sporting events that Maggie never missed any of Paul and Buster's sporting events. Is that right?
Correct.
And Alec was there right by Maggie at every sporting event, wasn't he?
Coaching.
Coaching most of the time, right? The weeks leading up to the horrific day of June the 7th, you had a family get together up at Kiowee,
We did.
and your daughter was, you're having a baby shower for your daughter, right?
Right,
You're about to be a grandmother for the first time.
yes.
And where was it?
When was it?
Where? Was it?
Where?
Yeah.
My daughter lives in Greenville.
Okay. And it was the weekend, I think, of May 21st.
I think it was the weekend before Memorial Day weekend.
Right. And I'm going to show you a photo and see if you recognize this photo. And it's Defendant's Exhibit 122.
Yes,
Do you recognize that?
I took that picture.
You took that picture.
I did.
Your Honor, we would introduce Defendant's 122 in evidence this time.
No objection, Your Honor.
Submitted.
Can you pull up 122, Doug? You know, I'm not sure, Marion, if the jury has actually seen the picture of Maggie in this trial. She's obviously the only female here in this photo.
Mhm.
And y'all favor each other greatly, right?
We do.
And this was a weekend, just a couple of, I mean, you said the weekend before Memorial Day, right? And that's Buster on the left,
Yes,
and that's Paul,
right,
and then Maggie and Alex, right?
correct.
Okay. Thank you. You can take that down. Did you see Maggie again after being with her up in above Greenville?
I did not.
So that was the last time you were together with her?
Mhm. She, they were at a stove for Memorial Day, and then the next weekend was my birthday, and we were back in the upstate. And then I got the call on Monday.
And you understand, the weekend after Memorial Day, Alec and Maggie went to Columbia for a super regional baseball game with Buster and his girlfriend Brooklyn.
Right,
You were aware of that?
I am.
And you mentioned that Maggie was a big Carolina fan and Alec was a big Carolina fan, right?
They both graduated from there.
And they went to a lot of the Carolina sporting events as a couple,
Yes,
right? And leading up to June 7th, well, let me back up. I know we've talked about this, and I don't want this to come out the wrong way, but Maggie did a lot for Alec's mom and dad, but didn't it make her somewhat sad to go over and visit his mother because of her condition?
absolutely.
And it was really not high on her list of things that she wanted to do.
Maggie went there a lot. She just didn't feel like she needed to go every day like Alec liked to go.
And Alec would go every day and sometimes more than once a day.
As much as he could, he did.
And but Maggie cared for Mr. Randolph, and I know she loved him. I'm talking about she would, prepare food for him and tried to spoil him, wouldn't she?
It was the no salt diet.
Right.
And they were all struggling to cook food that he would eat with no salt.
And she experimented with different things, hopefully that he would enjoy, right?
Right. The whole family was taking turns and trying
And,
to provide meals.
And you know now that on the 7th, I think in the afternoon, and we'll establish this later, but, around 4:30, Mr. Randolph got admitted back to the hospital in Savannah.
I know that now.
Right. And you said earlier that
you expected from your conversation with Maggie that she was going to go over to Alameda and see Alex's parents on the evening of the 7th, but, and you found it odd afterwards when you found out she didn't.
Correct.
But knowing that Alex's dad was not there and he was back in the hospital, it doesn't really seem that odd anymore, does it?
Probably not.
You, you and Bart received an awful phone call on the night of the 7th about Maggie and Paul's death, right?
We did.
And it was from John Marmon.
Randy.
Randy.
I'm sorry, I misspoke earlier.
And one of the requests was that you and Bart go and tell your parents in person, right?
Well, I don't know that they requested, but I knew we had to do that in person.
So you did that in person.
Yes.
And then the next day, you came to Moselle with your parent.
Correct.
And Alex, was he grieving greatly?
Oh, terribly.
I mean, people have
We were all,
described him as being destroyed. Is that, would you agree with that assessment?
yes.
And Buster was there?
Yes.
And I jumped ahead, but leading up, and Maggie enjoyed being being at Edisto over Moselle in the summertime.
Correct. I think most people would.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Enjoyed it a lot more than being at Moselle.
Right.
But Alec had to stay at Moselle, or did stay at Moselle, because his work was right there in Hampton, right?
Right.
And Alec was constantly wanting Maggie to come back and stay with him at Moselle, wasn't he?
Perhaps. I'm not sure. I don't think he really liked being by himself.
But when he asked Maggie to come back on the 7th, I mean, you didn't think that was really an unusual request, because he wanted to be with Maggie
Right.
and didn't
No.
like to be by himself.
I did not think it was unusual, and that's why I encouraged her to do so.
And you, from your conversation with Maggie, you knew that Paul was going to be there,
Correct.
right? And do you know why Paul was going to be there? Had you heard?
I didn't know at the time. I know now.
That's it. But anyway, and you encouraged Maggie to go be with Alec, because, his dad was in bad shape.
Right.
Now, after Maggie and Paul were murdered, Mr. Randolph died 2 days later, I believe, or 3 days.
Mhm.
So it was a very difficult time for everyone, wasn't it?
Very.
And there were 2 funerals, one on a Saturday for Maggie and Paul, and one on Sunday from Mr. Randolph, right? And then after a day or so, did Alec and Buster come to Somerville and stay with your parents?
Yes,
And did they stay with your parents a lot after the murders?
yes, especially Alec.
Yeah, Alec, and to your knowledge, did Alec ever spend another night at Moselle after the murders?
He did not.
She stayed with your parents. He visited with you and your husband and family down at Key West at some time at the end of July. Is that right?
He did.
And then he and Buster came up to Greenville up at one point in time.
They did.
And then and he was staying with his brother Randy at times. He was all over the place.
He was.
Now, you mentioned that after the murders that Alex said that he was very intent on clearing Paul's name from the boating accident, right? And you knew that Maggie felt very strongly that Paul was not driving the boat when the beautiful Mallory Beach came to her tragic death, right?
Correct.
And Maggie was adamant. She was on a mission to clear Paul's name, was she not?
Sort of.
Sort of. And she was, and you're not critical of Alex for wanting to clear Paul's name after he was murdered, are you?
I'm not critical about that at all. I think that was his way of honoring Paul after he was gone. I just thought his priority should have been focusing on finding out who killed Maggie and Paul.
And how do you know that wasn't a priority for him?
We never talked about it. We never talked about finding the person who could have done it. It was just odd. And we were sort of living in fear because we thought this horrible person was out there, and we were mostly afraid for Alec and Buster, but we didn't know the motive behind the killings. We thought it probably had something to do with the boat case.
Right.
And we thought that up until September.
Right.
And then things started to change a little bit.
Sure. Well, were you aware that Alec started carrying a gun after the murder? You didn't know
Alec
that?
always carried a gun.
What's that?
He always carried a gun.
On his person that he started carrying a gun. Were you aware of that?
I knew he usually had one in his car.
Right. I want to ask you just some sort of one topic kind of questions. Bubba was Maggie and Alec's dog, is that right?
Mhm.
Bubba could be a little hard-headed, we've heard. But
I'm sorry. Yes,
Yes.
Bubba. I think Bubba could be a handful.
it's pretty clear that Alec could control Bubba pretty well.
Yes.
And Maggie enjoyed going down to the kennels, as far as you know, to play with the dog.
She did.
And she was a dog lover,
She was.
and you're a dog lover,
I am.
and you'll have dogs. Well, you know that they didn't allow dogs in the house at Moselle
Correct.
because of, I don't know,
Allergies,
yeah, allergies.
right.
And-
But they had a big porch and there were dog beds all outside on the porch and,
Right.
you know, huge buckets of water. And when I was there, the dogs were always up there at the house.
Did you know there was an electric fence around?
I did not know that there was an electric fence, but
And did Maggie and Alec let dogs in the house down at Edison?
I don't think so. They stayed mostly underneath the house. She
They
had
had
a
like
pen,
Right.
big pen down there.
So they had a dog run type thing underneath the
Mhm.
house?
Mhm. Yes.
And did you ever go to Edisto and visit with
Yes.
Maggie and Alec and the family?
Yes.
And would Paul's friends and Buster's friends welcome at
Always.
Edisto and at Moselle?
Yes.
And
Maggie loved having the boys' friends around.
and I think you mentioned this, but Moselle was Moselle Paul's passion?
Yes.
He loved that place,
Yes.
and Alec enjoyed being there with Paul. Is that right?
Yes. He did.
One second, Your Honor. Just very briefly, in your own words, you tell the jury what you believe Alec's relationship was with Paul.
I think they had a very good relationship. They loved all the same things. They loved to hunt. They loved to fish. They loved to work the land. I think the plan was for Paul to take over Moselle one day. And they had a great father-son relationship.
And in your own words, can you tell the jury what you believe Alec's relationship with Maggie was?
It was good. It wasn't perfect. But Maggie was happy. And I think she was happy.
Thank you. That's all the questions I have. Your Honor.
Read that right.
May it please the court, Your Honor. When Maggie called you on the afternoon of June 7th, 2021, she reported to you that her whole purpose for going home was to go with Alec to visit Alameda. Is that correct?
Objection leading.
What did Maggie tell you her whole purpose was in going home and Alec wanting her to come home on June 7th, 2021?
She was going home to be with Alec and visit his parents at Alameda.
Was it such a point of contention that you actually encouraged her to go?
I did.
You were asked some questions about you testified about Alec not being focused on trying to figure out who killed Maggie and Paul, and then something happened in September. Is that right?
Correct.
And that changed for you as you started to look at the motive. Is that correct? That's what you just testified, correct?
Correct.
And in September, he got fired from the law firm, right?
Correct.
And it started to come out about years and years of theft and misappropriation from clients. Is that correct?
Objection leading.
Objection sustained.
What came out in September that changed your calculus?
And objection exceeding the scope of cross.
Objections overruled.
Please answer.
We were on our way to a football game and we received a phone call from a friend of ours saying how sorry they.
Your Honor, objection this issue that has not been ruled upon.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll have you go to the jury room. Please do not discuss the case. Nature of the objection.
Your Honor, she was about to testify that she had heard about the roadside shooting. The state has not gone into the roadside shooting yet. Your Honor's not ruled on whether that's admissible or not. We object to under 403 as to being admissible. And the substantively, that is the objection, evidence of the roadside shooting. It just opens up a whole new avenue of issues. Secondly, what she knows thus far would be hearsay, which is a technical objection, but certainly we object to any evidence of the roadside shooting.
Your Honor, at this point, of course, this is responsive to a question that was raised on cross-examination by Mr. Griffin, in which he testified something happened in September. So for that reason, just to begin with, I believe that door is opened as to her to explain what it was that changed at that period in time, which was the nature of my question to her. Additionally, I think if we look beyond that, there is a connection if we want to talk and have in-camera hearing about her answer and about 403 and 404. There is a logical connection between what happened in the roadside shooting and what happened on June 7th, 2021. And that connection is, of course, that the evidence will show that as the temperature increases, as there's a confrontation for Alec Murdaugh, then things like this happen. And that's what happened on September. But as it relates to this specific witness, this was an answer that came up during the defense cross. And it's fair to explore with this witness now what changed in September, which she's already testified to from a defense question.
And what was the question that prompted the response that you now indicate opens the door for this? Yes.
So in that particular question and in her response, he asked her, and he had been, of course, engaging in great detail about the family relationship and that sort of thing, and put up a picture and all the rest of it, and asked her about her assessment at that particular time. And she went in and started to explain that. And he was specifically asking about Alec being concerned about clearing Paul's name in the boat case. And then she explained further that, and he asked her if that was any big deal. And then she went on to explain her answer. And that's when she talked about how everything changed in September. And that was what I was exploring, what happened in September, which has been testimony before this jury. And I think now fair game for them to understand what happened in September.
All right. Yes, sir.
Your Honor, that was not the question.
What was the question? That was my question to Mr. Waters, and he's explained a whole lot. I don't know if he responded to my question. Maybe you will. What was the question that you posed that generated the response about her concern and her concerns changing?
The question that I asked related to her, I said, you testified previously that you didn't believe Alec was concerned about finding out who did this, or more concerned about clearing Paul's name. And then she says, well, it seemed odd he wasn't concerned about finding out who did this. And I said, why do you think he was not concerned? And then she goes into testifying, well, initially we thought it was the boating accident. And then after September, we thought perhaps it's something completely different. And I mean, I was exploring her testimony on direct, and she offered up the issue of the roadside shooting. So I didn't ask anything about the roadside shooting, Your Honor. I was asking her why she thought Alec was not trying to, what was the basis of her belief that Alec wasn't trying to find out who did this.
All right, Mr. Waters.
And I apologize if I wasn't more clear. I don't remember the specific question, but what I do.
Court reporters, if, we'll have Ms. Harris, if you'll go back a bit to Mr. Griffin and his questioning of Ms. Proctor. Maggie being solely consumed about the, I don't know how far that was, Maggie being consumed about the boating accident. And if it's not too far back from there on up to where you are now. And if you need a break, we can take one for you to locate it.
I'm looking for the question.
Right.
You're not critical about Alex wanting to clear Paul's name.
You need to be loud enough for me to hear you at least. Go ahead.
Sorry. Okay, this one. Okay. You're not critical about Alex wanting to clear Paul's name. After he was murdered, are you? I am not critical about that at all. I think that was his way of honoring Paul after he was gone. I just thought his priority should have been focusing on finding out who killed Maggie and Paul. And how do you know that wasn't a priority? We never talked about it. We never talked about finding the person who could have done it. It was just odd. And we were sort of living in fear because we thought this horrible person was out there and we didn't. We were mostly afraid for Alex and Buster. We didn't know the motive behind the killings. We thought it was probably had something to do with the boat case, right? And we thought that up until September. All right. And then things started to change a little bit. Were you aware that Alex started carrying a gun?
All right, Mr. Waters.
Your Honor, again, these were in direct responses to his question as he was exploring her statement about his concern on the boat case. And in fact, the reference to September was actually in response to a follow-up question that the defense continued down that line of questioning. That answer has now come out, and I think that that the witness, again, is entitled and is fair game at this point before.
So what changed in September?
What she meant by that. Yes, sir. What she meant by that.
And what changed in September?
Do you want me to talk to them?
Yes.
So we received a phone call from a friend of ours who said he was so sorry to hear about my brother-in-law. And the call came in to my husband, Bart. And Bart said, "What are you talking about? We don't know anything." And he said, "Well, your brother-in-law's been shot." And we literally stopped the car, pulled over on the side of the road, and it was just the worst feeling in the world because I thought whoever had killed Maggie and Paul had now shot Alec, and I was horrified that Buster was next. So we made a phone call to Buster, and Buster said his dad had been shot, but that he was okay. He was on his way or in the hospital at that time. I can't remember. And then at some point, and I'm not sure, I think I was in shock. At some point, we spoke with Jim Griffin that day. And he told us that, yes, Alec had been shot, that he had been fired from the law firm because he had been caught stealing money.
All right, thank you. Yes, sir.
Again, that's her explanation. And I believe that's fair game in this particular instance to this particular witness's testimony that had come out on cross-examination. And I probably would have one follow-up. Additionally, I should mention as well, I think there's two other matters that probably we should explore while the jury's out, in fairness to the other side and in court, that I wanted to inquire that were in reference to cross-examination. Those are different issues. I was going
into them. Tell me what they are. So.
Sure. There were obviously extensive cross-examination about the family relationship, and there's been extensive evidence offered by the defense on cross about the family relationship. And there were two questions I was going to ask her about fidelity concerns, and also the Maggie and the family wrestling with opioid abuse and pill usage by the defendant. Both of those have been issues that Maggie had wrestled with and had expressed to her.
All right, Mr. Griffin.
Well, as to the, I don't know if you want me to address the roadside shooting, but that's certainly, I mean, that opens a Pandora's box of 404B. They want to introduce the roadside shooting as motive. How can you have motive after the fact? And so it's not admissible. It should not be admissible under 403. But just what she says is not that harmful, but they're not going to stop there, Your Honor. And I did not open the door. I said,
You're probing her about Alex's fears. Doesn't Alex, were you aware that he started carrying a gun? Well, he always carries a gun in his car. No, but then he started carrying it in his pockets. So you're having her, cross-examining her to suggest that Alex was living in fear, as evidenced by the fact that he continued or started carrying a gun, not in his vehicle, but on his person. And she, in her response, says, well, I never, didn't appear to me that he was living in fear. I didn't know anything about that and responding to you until in September when this occurred for whatever reason. Now, what the truth of what occurred, she's not testifying as an investigator. She said she heard he'd been shot. And that gave her, changed her reason for concern in some way, whatever that might be, I don't know. Did you still have a reason for concern? Or you about Alex's safety, or did it, was it changed? Was it altered?
That day, and for some time after that, we were very concerned for the family. We felt like someone was after them, but then we started finding out about other things that had been going on in Alex's life. And
this is in part based on your conversation with Mr. Griffin.
This is everything that has come out since then.
Did you say that you had a conversation with Mr. Griffin?
That day that we found out that Alec had been shot, we did have a conversation with Mr. Griffin, and he's
Mr.
the
Griffin
one,
told you that he'd been fired and that he'd been caught stealing money.
correct.
That's just hearsay.
Well,
Absolutely hearsay.
what kind of quandary does that put you in? You're going to be a witness as well?
Well, that's a hearsay statement, Your Honor. Without a doubt, it's classic hearsay.
This, the basis for her fear or not having fear, which is something you, or fear or believing that Alex was in fear, that's something that you are probing. Aside from that issue, how about the family relationship issue, fidelity, opioid abuse, concerns?
Your Honor, with regard to fidelity, I mean, we can hear what she says about it, but the evidence, as I understand it, is 10 or 15 years ago. I don't know how long ago, but it was more than 10 years ago. There was some issue about someone that Alec had known in college reaching out to him. Maggie got angry about that. They had a
Reaching out to him 15 years ago or recently?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And that Maggie got angry about it. Contacted the woman's husband, who says, it's not true. I know who she's seeing because I have a private eye on her. That led to a divorce.
You're now referring to a 15-year-old conversation.
Yes. And then the opioid stuff, Your Honor, is, I'm not sure what information she's going to share about that, frankly.
Well, you had one earlier witness read a letter about him being in rehab.
That they introduced, yes, sir.
That you published.
It was already in evidence, Your Honor.
All right.
Over objection.
Go ahead, Mr. Waters.
So on both of those issues, first of all, with the first.
By the way, you can step down for a break. Don't discuss your case. You're fine? Okay, good. All right.
With the issue of the first matter, I think it's certainly a fair question to say, did Maggie ever express to you any concerns? Were there ever any concerns and issues with the defendant's fidelity? I think that's clearly in response to the extensive evidence that's been offered by the defense.
You said, has she ever, such as 15 years ago?
Well, I think that my follow-up question would be, was that something that remained in Maggie's mind over the years up until?
And she would know that.
I think that if I asked her that question, she could express an answer to that. Yes, sir.
No. What is the answer to that?
It was an affair that happened, or Maggie thought it was an affair that happened many years ago. They were able to resolve the issues, but Maggie still brought it up.
As recently as when?
A year ago. She did not think anything was going on. It still bothered her.
All right.
Follow up?
Yes.
During when that event occurred, did she make Alec leave the household for a period of time?
She did.
Frame when this happened. I mean,
I understand. 15 years ago or?
How long ago was that?
It was a very long time ago. I'm not sure. A very long time ago.
I think, again, I'm not trying to make it bigger than it is, but I think given the issues that have been squarely in front of the jury, the state's entitled, at least in a limited fashion, to offer this some testimony in this regard that everything was not perfect, as the defense has repeatedly elicited. And so on that particular issue, I only propose a limited question that, had Maggie ever had any concerns about fidelity, and had those concerns continued to bother her? And that would be the extent of my proposed examination of her on that issue.
All right. Anything else?
It's 2007 is our understanding. 2007, 15 years ago.
Well, yeah, 2007 was 15 years ago. Yeah.
And that's when it occurred.
Well, that's been established. Give me something new.
Well,
other than repeating 15 years ago.
not admissible under 403. Unfair prejudice outweighs the probative value of this, whether it still bothered her. I mean, she testified that they weren't without their problems like all married couples, but they had a good marriage. I mean, it's been addressed, and it's highly inflammatory.
That's why your questions have to not lead into things that might be inflammatory. We're going to be in recess for about 15 minutes. Please. The witness can testify as to her concern as to what occurred on September 7th that changed her concern about Alex living in fear. She cannot testify as to on the fidelity issue because that's too remote in time and would tend to confuse the jury. She can testify that she discovered that he'd been fired and that and that he had a drug problem.
Your Honor, depending on how the testimony goes, we would have hearsay objections if she's testifying as to what someone told her.
She's not testifying as to the truth of it. She's responding to why her concerns were changed based on, in part of her conversations with you.
No, I understand
As an
that.
agent for Mr. Murdaugh.
No, I understand that. My point I just stood to address is the family wrestling with opioid and pill use by the defendant. That is hearsay. If that's how she knows.
Sure, they had a drug problem. I mean, if you want to talk about specifically, I don't know to what degree she discovered his drug problem, opioid addiction, or whatever it is, but it's already in evidence anyway.
No, I understand. I'm just advising the court that I will be making hearsay objections if that's
Yes,
she's
I
testifying
understand.
about hearsay.
Anything else before the jury comes?
Nothing from the state this time, Your Honor.
All right, bring the jury. All these issues. The objection is overruled. You may continue.
May it please the court, Your Honor. Ms. Proctor, when we left on the break, I was asking you what happened in September that caused you to change your assessment. Can you describe that to the jury, please?
On September 4th, we were headed to a football game, and my husband Bart received a phone call from a friend saying he was so sorry to hear about what had happened to my brother-in-law. And we had no idea what he was talking about. And he said, well, we've heard, he told us he had been shot. So we pulled over on the side of the road. We were all in hysterics. We called Buster, and Buster said yes, that his dad had been shot, that he was being airlifted to the hospital, that they thought hoped he was going to be okay. So we wanted more information, so we called Jim Griffin, and he told us that Alec had been shot in the head and that he had been fired from his law firm for stealing.
What was your concern when you heard that he had been shot?
Initially, I thought he might be dead. I had just lost 2 of the family members, and I felt like they were being targeted at that point. I felt like the family was being targeted.
Subsequent to that, did your concern that the family was being targeted, did that change as well?
Over the course of a few weeks, we were still on high alert, worried for Buster. But at that point, information started coming out about some things that Alec had done financially that we had no idea about.
And that changed your assessment about what you heard about him being shot as well. Is that correct? Can you answer out loud?
The shooting, that was an event in itself. The roadside shooting.
You just stated that the shooting itself, the roadside shooting, was an event in itself. Did other information come to your attention that changed your assessment about the roadside shooting at a later time?
Yes.
And changed that initial concern that Alec was somehow being targeted?
Yes.
Did Maggie have a nickname for Paul?
As little, what is detective?
Little detective?
Mhm.
And what did that mean?
She felt like that he was always looking to make sure his dad was behaving.
And what specifically was the concern?
Pills, prescription pain pills.
And had Maggie expressed to you concern over time about the defendant's pill usage?
Yes.
How long had that been going on?
I am not sure, but I think it had been going on for some time.
And did that concern continue up until recent times as we moved to their Maggie and Paul's murder?
Yes.
And what did specifically little detective mean as it related to the pills?
If there were pills in the house that his dad was taking that he wasn't supposed to, Paul was determined that he would find them.
And did that happen on occasions?
I think so, yes.
Hold on for me 1 second. What specifically changed your perception of the roadside shooting after your initial concern?
The story that was initially told about what happened came to not be true.
The story told by who? By
Alec,
Alec? Yes?
yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. Nothing further.
Anything further? Thank you. You may step down. We'll call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Bard Proctor.
Raise your right hand, put down Bible. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give today be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth so help you God? I do. All right, if you would please, sir, sit in that chair over there, state your full name for the record, spell your last name, and then speak into the mic.
My name is Barton Proctor, Proctor.
Proctor, good afternoon. Very quickly, tell the jury, are you Marion Proctor's husband?
For 37 years.
For 7 years. And obviously, over the years, as being part of this family, have you gotten to know Maggie and gotten to know Paul and gotten to know the defendant, Alec Murdaugh?
I have.
I don't want to belabor the points, but in the aftermath of Maggie and Paul's murder, were you also privy to some of the conversations that Alec had that your wife related to this jury today?
Yes.
And ultimately heard the same thing in those conversations that she related here today?
Yes.
Have you had an opportunity to review what's been entered into evidence as states 297, the Kennel video?
I've heard it.
May I have the computer input, please?
It was on there.
For the record, I'm going to play states 297.
Get up. Get up. Quick, Cash. Quick. It's okay. Come here. Come here. Cash. Hey, he's got a bird in his mouth. Blah, blah. Hey, blah. It's a kitty. This is a chicken. Come here, Cash. Cash. Quick.
Do you recognize any voices on that video?
I recognize 3.
Can you tell the jury what voices you recognize?
I recognize Paul Murdaugh. I recognize Maggie Murdaugh, and I recognize Alec Murdaugh.
And when you say Alec Murdaugh, do you see him in the courtroom here today?
I do.
Can you point him out for the jury, please?
Yes,
Or
sir.
describe him.
He's wearing a blue blazer and has his glasses on his head.
And how sure are you?
100%.
Thank you. Please answer any questions the defense may have.
Hey, Mr. Proctor. Were you ever shown a blue raincoat by any SLED agents?
Yes, sir.
And was that blue raincoat shown to you and your wife Marion, who just was here in the courtroom?
Yes, sir. It's a picture.
A picture of the blue raincoat. And did you recognize the blue raincoat?
No, sir.
Had you ever seen it before?
No, sir.
Did you ever see Paul wear it? The blue raincoat?
I never recognized it before.
Okay. All right. That's all the questions I have, Your Honor.
Anything further?
Say, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. We have another witness today.
Your Honor, as you're aware, there was a circumstance beyond any party's control. No, because of a circumstance beyond the party's control.
Very good. Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, there are no more witnesses available today. And this is Valentine's Day. So we will recess at this time and resume at 9:30 tomorrow morning. Have a good evening. Mr. Waters, the jury's gone. You can further explain if you'd like. You can further explain.
The issue with the scheduling?
Yes.
Yes, sir. There's witnesses that are coming forward. There's a unavoidable, unfortunate personal event that has arisen that unfortunately has affected that witness's availability, Your Honor. And so that's why we had requested, we are late in the day, but had requested a recess for the day. Your Honor, I will say that with the side of the road issue has always been out there. And at this point, we believe there is some admissibility as to that, particularly a statement of the defendant related to that, in which there's actually a few statements, but there's one statement in particular. I don't know if Your Honor wants to proffer that at this particular time, since we have a little time available, developments that needs to be crossed.
All right. Yes, sir.
We've prepared a memo. We would be prepared to argue that motion, but we're not today. So we expected this to go through, no motion to be argued today. I apologize to court, but we would prefer not to go forward with it today.
You said you're preparing or have prepared a memo?
Person preparing.
All right. Stop the jury and have them come at another time if need be, 10 o'clock, 10:30, whatever.
Your Honor, we're not done with that. We're hoping, we're not anticipating it coming up at all.
Can you all don't leave with the jury yet? If you can find out, are they gone or still here? You have them hold for a moment.
We have completed the memo, filed it. Your Honor has it on the 404B issue. There's a section on the roadside.
Has it been sent to me or being sent?
It was.
Your Honor, it was filed well before trial, and it's a consolidated memo. It addresses all the 404B stuff, the financial evidence that you've ruled in. And in the section of the memo, we do address the roadside shooting. We point out that it's after June 7th. We point out that he's been indicted for insurance fraud. As a result of that, attempted insurance fraud, their theory of motive is it is just another way for him to gain sympathy when financial situations turn badly for him. But we point out that he has been indicted by Hampton County grand jury for insurance fraud for attempted suicide to obtain $12 million of insurance for his son Buster. And so we argue that it's not motive, and it should not be admissible under 403 as well.
All right, and I'm happy to talk about all of that and review what's been submitted overnight and review whatever the state may have for me to consider and to hear any more argument about it in the morning prior to ruling, I've had them to stop the jury from leaving to find out how much time you all might need tomorrow morning, because otherwise I've told them to be here at 9:30 if they need to come at 10 o'clock, 10:30, Mr. Harpootlian.
Your Honor, I don't think this will take 30 minutes to argue that. We prefer to argue it in the morning simply because we haven't looked at it. And while Mr. Griffin is an extraordinary advocate, I'd like an opportunity to.
Want the jury to come in at 10?
10 would be great.
I would say 10:30 to be safe, Your Honor.
Why I'd argued against that. I'm trying to think of a reason, but I really can't.
So we're going to have the jury come in at 10:30 tomorrow morning instead of 9:30. Thank you. All right. In the interim, however, if you all have something you want me to read overnight, early in the morning, happy to receive it.
Yes, sir.
I have what was previously filed now. Defendant's memorandum in opposition to motion in limine re-evidence of other crimes and bad acts. And I've ruled on a majority of this already.
We may polish that up a little bit tonight, and if so, we'll email it to your law clerk, and she, I'm sure, will get it to you.
Page 9 starts the roadside shooting discussion.
Our initial motion, Your Honor, in the reply also touched this ground as well, but we can do the same thing.
Middle of page 9 through the top of page 12. So you have about 2.5 pages that you might want to, if you want to supplement it, it'd be fine.
Thank you.
If you want to. And how about from the state's perspective?
Yes, sir, Your Honor, and I think I just lost my glasses. Put them up. Your Honor, if you look at our response in opposition that was filed on December 8th, we, on page 19, and the factual recitation, we talk about specifically the shooting on the side of the road in response to the confrontation with Chris Wilson. And then, of course, from that point on, and prior to that, there is analysis, general analysis on 404 and 403. I believe our reply, which I'm trying to put my hands on, also addresses those issues, but we can also polish up some things as well. For Your Honor, there is, thank you, Mr. James. There is, starting at page 15 in the reply, it is addressed as well, the reply to their response or in that particular series of filings. It's in there, and again, we can polish that up. There is, again, there's a recorded interview and recorded statement that we certainly can provide to Your Honor for review, that ultimately we believe they're statements of the defendant, of course, that we believe would be admissible under the theories as argued there.
And what is the state's theory of admissibility of the roadside shooting?
Yes, sir, Your Honor. As we argued back in December, and as argued in those particular briefs, what we see is a chain of circumstances that are connected for an extended period of time that particularly highlight and start in June 7th. We've gone into, obviously, Your Honor, moving into the financial situation as it went into July, and the efforts to shore up that particular money, the loans. Mr. Burney testified to that today. But of course, Mr. Murdaugh, there's already been evidence admitted that he was $192,000 short, and that Chris Wilson covered that. The evidence goes on that in that particular interim of time, and again with the state's theory, that he's able to do his best to try to cover things up in that interim period. But then everything comes to a head, as already been testified to, in September 4th. Chris Wilson, of course, has also already testified that particular day on September 4th, that he finally got the defendant to agree to meet with him and confronted him about that 192, which again is right at the heart of the Ferris feeds, which are right at the heart of June 7th, 2021. And I had that confrontation with him. The admissions that were made have already been testified to. And then with a short period of time in response to that, that the side of the road shooting happened. You've already heard testimony here from Ms. Proctor that, of course, the initial reaction of everyone is, oh my gosh, the real killers are back. And that's precisely, under the state's theory, the effect that the defendant intended. And there will be, from these recorded statements, ultimately evidence offered that that was not true, and he had told lies, Your Honor, about that particular. And that would be the recorded statement that we would offer about when he admitted that he had been untruthful to law enforcement about the circumstances of that shooting. I don't intend to go into great detail about that. I'm just trying to get from point A to point B and then get out. I'm not trying to use the term that I've used before, gild the lily.
The statement that you referenced, that you say you want to put in, a recorded statement?
That's correct, Your Honor. Yes, sir.
What's the length of that recorded statement?
I don't know off the top of my head. I think it's less than 15 minutes, Your Honor.
No, it's longer than that, no more than 30. Mr. Griffin and I were there when he gave the recorded statement. We called them to give the recorded statement.
And the gist of the recorded statement is what, Mr.
Your
Hopkins?
Honor, okay, so Mr. Murdaugh had somebody shoot him in the head on the roadside to have a $10 or $12 million insurance policy paid to his son Buster. Now, he believed it was a suicide contestability cause, so he had somebody shoot him in the head. No question they shot him in the head. No question the intent was to kill him. He fractured his skull, had a brain bleed, was airlifted to Savannah Hospital. It didn't kill him. He intended to die. And the recorded statement, he immediately went to detox because he was planning to go to detox anyway. Mr. Griffin and I went down to Atlanta. We met with him in detox. He'd been through a horrible experience, shot in the head, and then detox. And we informed him the police were looking for whoever shot him. And he, at that point, said, look, this is what happened. And I don't want them wasting, and literally he said, I don't want them wasting resources trying to solve this shooting when those resources could be used to find who killed Maggie and Paul. We picked up the phone. We called SWED. We put him on the phone with SWED to have him explain exactly what happened. This wasn't a result of a SWED interrogation. This was a voluntary statement. So they quit wasting resources looking for, and he told them who shot him in the head, and a guy named Eddie Smith, who was his drug dealer. So that's.
And you all have brought his name up a couple of times through cross-examination. Is he on the state's witness list?
Yes, Your Honor. But Your Honor, one aspect of that, and I think this is what highlights the relevance and the connection with this particular case, is that in the wake of the side of the road shooting, Mr. Murdaugh's initial claim was that some unknown individual had a flat tire, and some unknown individual, supposedly under the guise of stopping for help, then suddenly shot him in the head. He went so far as to draw have with a composite artist to draw a composite photograph. Again, I'm not trying to get into too much with the detail, but that, of course, the immediate effect of that is that he's been targeted by some unknown individual. That was a complete lie, and that's the point of that statement.
If the issue here is that Mr. Murdaugh lies, I mean, really, are we at that? I mean, we've come $10 million through lies, and now this piece of evidence becomes relevant because it proves he lied again months after the murder. There's no, he didn't do it, and I think they will concede he didn't do it to get some sort of sympathy. He did it to be dead. That's why he did it. And unfortunately, Eddie Smith, at 4 feet, couldn't shoot somebody in the head and kill him. He meant to.
And that's what Mr. Smith would say.
Well, Mr. Smith has given no less, I'm set up to cross-examine him, I know this, 6 different explanations for that and any other event you ask him about, from wasn't there to I was there and I saw Alec, he'd been shot, to I was there and I tried to stop Alec, to yes, I shot him in the head. But the fact of the matter is, the cross-examination of Mr. Smith is something I'm looking forward to now. But this particular event had nothing to do with what happened on June 7th, other than he lied about something else. And 404, unless there's a specific, it's not motive. I mean, I don't understand what the 404, 403 analysis would be on this. I know what the 403 analysis is. The prejudice outweighs the probative. The 404 is what of the 4 things that 404 is admitted for, which one is this?
Your Honor.
I know you don't want to argue it in the morning, so this is just a prelude to tomorrow morning.
2 things. 2 things. If Mr. Harpootlian wishes to stipulate in front of the jury that his client is a liar, the state's willing to accept that stipulation.
And not go forward with this?
The second thing is, Your Honor, is that what actually happened on the side of the road is not what's important to this particular case. What is important, Your Honor, is that it's in reaction to the confrontation with Chris Wilson about the fares fees that came to the head on June 7th, 2021. And it's about what the defendant said, that he was attacked by an unknown assailant as he was trying to change a tire, and went so far as to do a composite drawing. And it created the effect, as this investigation had gone on, that, oh my gosh, the real killers are back to finish the job. And that's precisely what he intended. And he ultimately admitted that was a lie. So the circumstances of what happened on the side of the road are not what the state is focused on. What is important is what the defendant said, how he attempted to use that, and that it was actually a falsehood. And you heard Ms. Proctor testify. It had that exact effect, that, oh my gosh, the real killers are back.
But I think the state can see his object on the side of the road was to be dead. That's what the act was, to kill himself. Now, what happened after that? After he was taken to Savannah and had a brain bleed and a fractured skull, and when he came out of all that and realized, I'm not dead. How is that relevant to June 7th? Your Honor, we can beat this dead horse a little bit more in the morning, but allow us to give you, I don't know, this crazy idea of giving maybe some more law to look at.
All right. Is this the sole purpose of Mr. Smith's testimony, or you have other things to talk with him about?
Well, he's on the witness list. I didn't say necessarily that we're calling him. What I'm trying to do, again, is to limit the presentation to just what's relevant to this particular trial that we have here today. And so I would have.
We're talking, discussing now this motion excluding testimony. Who's your witness to talk about what you're arguing?
We would have a law enforcement witness come in and testify as to the circumstances of that statement. And again, I'm trying to limit it to what's very focused to what's relevant to this trial, and that is the intended effect that he had and its reaction to the confrontation and the symmetry between June 7th and September 4th.
Do you have anything in addition to what you all provided a couple of months ago, seemingly?
We have those 2 documents. We don't have a written document prepared at this time, but we can certainly work on some additional discussion this evening, Your Honor.
All right. Okay, well, we'll reconvene at 9:30.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, very good.